Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this, it's Sunday. Sunday, January 12th of 2025. I really should get into the habit of having like regular live streams so more people know when I'm going to be streaming, but that's not going to happen. I have irregularly timed live streams. That's about all I can manage because I have like a bazillion things on the go. My brain gets so fried. So it's basically whenever I have the energy to do one, but I do like doing them. And there's so much news to always cover. Canadian news. So far in the sandbox, we have Atticus Among Us, PB, Hermeteorologist, John Davis, and Jet. Welcome. It's been a busy few days. I've been working on the script. You know what script I'm talking about. The script about TYT that I've been working on. Oh, it's overwhelming. It's taking a lot out of me. It is a very, very big project, but I have this script mostly kind of outlined. Now, the tricky part is I have to make all the montages, sizzlers, clips, put them all together so that I can figure out how they're connected in dialogue and stuff like that, which means in a lot of cases I have to find the exact clip I'm looking for and then do all the editing and whatnot. So it's a monster of a project. I had to switch out my chairs last minute. I totally forgot. See, I still have my old office chair. This is my new one. That doesn't make any creaky noises, but my old office chair is a little bit more comfortable to sit in. This one isn't horrible. It's just the other one's more comfortable to sit in for long periods of time. So now I just switched them out, and I was sitting in the comfortable one, and I moved, and it creaked really loudly, and I'm like, I'm in the wrong fucking chair. Okay, gotta switch them out. Anyway, hello, Stanley Beckett. Back to learn about Canadian politics. Yes, there's a lot going on. I checked out another live stream earlier today by someone that goes by Boston Brian, who will be on my show on Tuesday evening. And for those of you who know what happens to Americans the first time they come on my show, you know. It should be a lot of fun. But I found it very interesting because the Vanguard was on with him. And he gets a lot of activity in his chat. And I tried to sort of keep up with it. There was a few names I recognize. But there was a lot of like age slander going on. Because the Vanguard guys, I guess, are young relative to a lot of Brian's audience. And I've never, here's the issue around when it comes to focusing on a person's age when it comes to this sort of thing. Yes, the older you get, the more experience you have. But I always find this issue where it's like some people are like, well, that person is too old. We can't listen to them anymore. They're outdated and stuff. Oh, but these people are too young and naive and don't know anything about anything, so we can't listen to them either. So what exactly is the age range for, somebody to be relevant? And the truth is, that's any age, because at any age, there's people around that are affected by politics and they have different perspectives and stuff. Because, I can't imagine what life is like for a Gen Zer now. Just growing up with the way social media is, with the way the economy is, versus, older Gen Xers who grew up before the age of the internet. who have a different perspective because, they didn't have to go through the same economic crisis. They could afford rent, that sort of thing. They could afford to go back to school. And just seeing how things have deteriorated since. Like, there's good perspectives on all ends. And the reality is you need all the perspectives. And, I can't speak on behalf of a 22-year-old. I can't speak on behalf of a 55-year-old. Only they know their life experiences. I don't. And so I think it's important to never rule out people based on their age, unless they're actually running for office and you can see the cognitive decline, then it's something different. That is something different. But then also I find this interesting where you can go to certain political events or something like that. And I remember I was watching an old clip of the Majority Report. And apparently there was this podcaster who's 10 years old going around to these political events. And they're all heaped with praise, for getting involved so young. But if you're 22 and you're trying to talk about politics, well, you're just too young and you don't know anything. It's just, there's no consistency. It's very, very odd. And I think it's very important that, people actually not care so much about age. I care about my age, but that's only in relation to people I'm dating, because I don't like big age gaps. But personally, just for me, other people do you. But if it's not somebody I'm thinking of dating, I could care less how old they are, because, I'm not going to be able to see everything. I can't see the full picture. Nobody can. We don't have enough brain cells. We don't have, you have to live experiences in order to fully understand some experiences. You can empathize all you want, but unless you've actually lived through certain situations, you never know how you particularly will deal with it. Because you can say to yourself, oh, this is how I would handle blank. But until you're in that situation, you have no idea how you'll react, how you'll feel. And so when I was unhoused, back when I was in my early 20s, that'd be very different if I were to be unhoused now. So do I dismiss something that a 22-year-old might say who's unhoused now because they're too young? It's important to have all the voices at the table. Because, yes, as I will sometimes say especially when older people are like, oh, the youth are the future. And it's yes, the youth are the future, but right now we are their present. We have the ability to change now. And it's important that we do what we can when we can, so that when the future does happen, they have less of a job to do, I am mostly over my cold. Mostly. I still get a little phlegmy. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. Okay, what else? There was another thing that I was kind of thinking, chit-chatting about while we're waiting for the sandbox to get full of people. Let's see, where are we at? 17? That's pretty good. Let's see. Let's see. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Nature Gal. Not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. So glad I caught you live. YouTube keeps removing my comments on your videos. Just want you to know I appreciate your channel. Oh, well, thank you. And I don't know why YouTube would do that. Yeah, I've been contacted occasionally by people saying, what happened to my comment under your video? First of all, there's a very good chance I haven't seen it. I will sometimes only scan the list of comments because I can get quite a few negative comments these days. So I look for names that I know primarily through the sandbox, because I do want to respond to people who have constructive criticism. But also I want to see the positive comments, it helps boost my energy to see the positive comments. But YouTube does remove comments, especially if you post a link in it. for reasons, sometimes it's for reasons I don't even know. And like I have it set that, comments are okay and it is what it is. YouTube is not consistent on how it applies all of its functions. Let's just say that. So I'm sorry your comments are sticking through, but now that I've seen your name, I'll try to remember it when I'm scanning through comments to see if I can see any of yours. Dao Han, I'm pretty sure I have not seen you in the sandbox before, so I'm just going to do this. Yes, not in my lifetime. Youth are the future is a great way to push off responsibility. Yeah. Hello, Sheldon, who's here but mostly lurking. Nature Gal saying that their comments are all positive. Well, good. I would hope to see them then. But yeah, I do have issues a lot of the time when people say like, listen to the youth are the future and stuff. I would also like to maybe try to educate some of the youth before they get up to certain ages, because there's some very, when it comes to the manosphere, the right-wing influencers and what they're doing to young Gen Z males, we need to get more involved. But it's just, why does it matter what your age is if you have something to contribute? Because you look at somebody like Sam Cedar, who's, 57 now? He's still very relevant in what he says, no doubt about it. And the thing is that he's old enough to have lived through experiences and stuff that a lot of people just can't comprehend. Like, he was on the roof of another building watching the towers come down at 9/11. And he was an adult when that happened. So he remembers life before 9/11 and after 9/11 and what the world was like at that point, which is a very important perspective to have, because a lot of people, especially younger people, they don't necessarily know that there's been other ways of living. That this surveillance state that we're in North America wasn't always the case. There was a time when Canadians could just cross the border when all you needed was a driver's license. You didn't need a passport. And if your parents were taking you and you were a kid, there was no issue, none whatsoever. Because it's not like the kids would have driver's licenses. But, to have that perspective is so important. And then he's seen a lot of the patterns, a lot of the cycles. So he's able to better analyze what's going on with certain things that he's seeing, especially in American politics, a lot of the politicians are the same players as has been for the past 40 years. But then younger people have a better idea as to, what the economy is actually like, because they're living through it right now. I caught a couple clips on Twitter about Hassan chatting with youth firefighters, youth as in like, I guess, early 20s, who were incarcerated. That's a very important perspective to have when you're covering certain topics and stuff. Because, what they face is very different than what other generations faced. And every generation has their struggles. And it's not a competition to see which generation had it the worst, because there's, pros and cons to every generation. And it's important that all of it is added to the mix when we're talking about this, because, politics, it affects everyone from every generation. It doesn't just affect one generation. It tends to have an effect on all generations. Like seniors right now, like here in Canada, the Liberals and the NDP were finally able to push through a milquetoast, means-tested dental care plan. But for the seniors here in Canada, that had life-altering effects for some of them. As in, they could finally go to the dentist and maybe get rid of that pain, get their teeth checked to make sure that they're not leading to other health conditions and stuff. So very, very important, all the way down to children who can actually go to childcare now because of a policy that they put through. Again, even though the liberals like to brag about the $10 a day childcare without, there's always caveats and nuances. It's not as available as they like to pretend it is. Let's put it that way. And a lot of that has to do with the provinces, not so much the federal government. Anyway, checking the sandbox again. I don't have like a ton of stories to go through, which is fine because I'm kind of burned out. I've been sitting in front of my computer now. Like I had an event to go to yesterday, but other than that, I've just been like in front of my computer working on things, working on the script, working on, working on clipping videos for this as well, because I do have somebody, a wonderful person who's in the sandbox right now, helping me with clipping videos, but it's still, there's a lot of stuff to cover in it. There's a lot of content I do in every given live stream. So I'll also clip some videos because neither of us are professional editors, so it takes time. But I just posted a clip that they sent me today, so which helps a lot because what it has done is actually allowed me some time to work on the script that I have been working on for TYT. And it is turning into a monster script. And I wouldn't really be able to do that if it wasn't for, they might not think it's a lot of help, but it helps, just knowing, because I like to post a clip every day, if possible, just to keep my YouTube channel engaged. And just having somebody else help with the clips gives me the time to focus on other things. Because, there's a lot going into it. Oh, I remember the other kind of little, I can take this down now. Little fun thing I wanted to check with you guys. So, a lot of you know this. Let's go here. Boom. I wrote a book. And it's available on Amazon, and hard copy versions will be available soon-ish. But as I'm working on the TYT script, I'm going to be making comments about Cenk's president campaign tour, which was also / book tour of his. And I'm going to take the opportunity to mention that I have a book as well. So one of the other things that I have to do before I can release that video is actually, there's a few edits I want to add to my book. But I was thinking that I wanted to change the cover. Like, for one thing, this cover, again, it was made for the competition, and it had a fake pen name. All pen names are fake. But I want my name to be on the cover, so I had to alter the cover enough to at least have my name on it. But then I thought that there were some other little changes that I want to do. So I want to get your guys' takes on the new cover. So let's go here. So this is the old cover. Let me zoom out. Actually, I'll go back here and zoom out equally on both of them so you can see them. There we go, that one. That should be good enough. Let's see. Yeah, so that's the cover as is. And this was the cover that was made for this little online writer derby that inspired the entire book that I wrote. But the thing is that as I was writing the book, there were things that I had to alter to kind of fit the cover. So as I was writing it, the word necroplasm is the vampire blood substitute. That's not really a spoiler if you've seen or heard anything about my book, is that necroplasm is the blood substitute for vampires, the first one ever made. And when I was writing it, though, in my mind's eye, I saw it as like a tangerine orange. But I decided to change it to a lime green to, can you even see the cursor? Not really, sort of. I wanted to change it to I changed it to a lime green to match the cover. Also, when I saw this cover, to me, it looked like she had a white streak in her hair. So you can see here, like to me, I kind of felt this was a different color, that it's not all white. And that's what I saw when I first saw the cover in this, is that she has a white streak in her hair. And again, not too much of a spoiler if you've read the first if you've seen the video of the first chapter of my book that I have posted on my YouTube page. When vampires are born human, but then they get found and blah, blah, blah. Basically, when they hit puberty, a white streak will appear in their hair, which means they're ready for human blood. But like I saw a white streak when I saw this, but I can see how a lot of people might not be able to see it, because it can almost look like all of her hair is white. So I decided to update the cover a lot more, and I just want your guys' opinions on it. Should I stick with this cover and just change the name, or change the cover not completely, but change the cover more to fit what I envisioned the book to be, which is this. So I don't know how much you can see it, but here I've changed the green and the necroplasm more back to a tangerine orange. And I've had to put like a warm filter on it because the other one was a cool filter. And then I've also added more color to the hair here, so you can tell that it's like a light brown or a blonde. So let me know. Say warm or cool in the chat. Let me know which one you like better. Like this one I can still do. I would just change the name. Versus this one here. Which I feel is more representative of my book. So let me know by putting into the sandbox, warm or cool. So this is the cool, like cool colors. And this is the warm colors, as in warm colors. So yeah, let me know. Warm or cool. And I'll go back and check some of the comments in the sandbox because there's a bit of delay. And then I will hopefully get caught up and see what you guys think. Back to the main shot. Let's see. Atticus Among Us. Can you believe that Jank can't pronounce my name? Shocker. Really? You know, it's pretty bad if I could pronounce a name and somebody else can't. I'm not saying anything. No, I don't judge people on their pronunciations of names because mine is horrible. Although, if it's very well-known name, like, not to bring TYT up into his, Anna Kasparian bitching about how some people were being accused of being racist because they weren't pronouncing Kamala Harris' name right. There's a difference between not being able to pronounce names and having a public figure that is running for president and you're not pronouncing their name properly. That's intentional. Just like when Pierre Poilievre says Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh is the leader of the federal NDP. Pierre knows how to pronounce his name. Now, if some average person around here doesn't know how to pronounce Pierre Poilievre, that's completely understandable. But as I am somebody who is into politics, when there is a front runner, when there is a leader of a party or something of that sort, it's kind of my responsibility to be able to pronounce names right. And we just know for sure that Pierre is intentionally not pronouncing Jagmeet's name right, because Jagmeet literally has it in his bio on Twitter as to how to pronounce his name. Oops. Jumped. Dao Hanawi? So saying that wrong. I'm so sorry. Just saying some left-leaning ideas get removed automatically by YouTube. Well, that sucks. Her meteorologist remembers pre-9/11. I kind of feel bad for Sam in a way whenever they do talk about that sort of thing, because he was the only one as an adult when it happened, and like of the Majority Report crew. And I think some of them were even too young to have remembered it happening, because it might be constructive if he had somebody on that could also remember that for context and stuff. So he doesn't think that maybe he's going crazy when he says something and they have no clue what he's talking about. Daohen now we is also saying, my friends and I in high school used to cross the border all the time for anything from shopping to powwows and just give our names and reason. There used to be a lot more trust. Also saying, if you can find a $10 a day spot, my niece can't find one. And that's the thing, is that a lot of provinces didn't necessarily opt into it. It was limited in its reach, but it was primarily the province's responsibility. So often what happens in Canadian government is there's a lot of joint things going on. So people will always yell jurisdiction, jurisdiction when it comes to certain things. And sometimes it's a joint issue. So things like healthcare, yes, technically the jurisdiction is provincial, but that's in how it's rolled out. The federal government will still provide funding to some extent, but they can also set rules. So things like when medical assistance in dying came through, they said, okay, this has to be a thing. We've put this through, it has to be a thing. But then it was up to the provinces to figure out how they would roll it out in their own province. And it's kind of the same with the $10 a day. It's like, okay, we'll provide some funding. These are the rules that you have to abide by, but then it's still up to the provinces to roll it out. And apparently, if you're in Alberta, extraordinarily difficult. I don't even know if there's any. But I know David Dole from the Rational National, who lives in the GTA, not the Grand Theft Auto, but the Greater Toronto area. And apparently he's been able to access that. He's mentioned it a few times in his videos. So it is, I'm glad it helps some people, but, you know, it doesn't, these programs that the Liberals have put through and love to brag about, they haven't helped nearly enough. Grand Theft Auto bot, when everyone got their news from essentially one source and no Fox fucking news lies 24/7. Again, pros and cons to that, because there used to be more of an like a media consensus on issues. The problem is now we can see how biased those consensuses were when we look at, because it's basically what we call mainstream media used to be the consensus way back when. And by mainstream media, I mean like the CNN, the CBC, the CTV, MSNBC. Like those used to be, they would have consensus on issues for the most part. But now we can see where the biases lie, so that it is important to have these independent journalists and news organizations out there to show the nuance, or to show other sides of stories, or to actually show stories that aren't being covered in the mainstream media. But then we also do now run into the problem of having all this fake news being put out there labeled as real news, and actual news networks like Fox News that promote horrendous lies and biases and stuff. So, and frame things horribly. There's pros and cons to all of it. But, you know, people are much more educated about what's happening in Gaza now than they would have been, well, than they were 30 years ago, even though 30 years ago, what Israel was doing to the Palestinians was still horrific. But you never heard about that. Oh, PB, thank you so much for the $10 and the good luck little, I guess, are they called stickers? That's it. It looks like a very cute little fox. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Yes, Jet. I'm glad knowing you appreciate the help, Sandy. I do appreciate the help, Jet. So, necroplasm is not organic, says John Davis. The Benjamin Dixon Show is in the sandbox. Hello. Says, I love the idea. Are you talking about my book? Because I will talk about my book. Like, I can get so sidetracked. People who've been watching my streams know I get so sidetracked about that book. But if you go to my YouTube page, I believe it's still pinned to the top. You can see the first chapter of my book. I actually do a video reading of it. So you can learn more about the program, the writing derby that I participated in that led to the cover. But yeah, that all gets explained in that video if you're interested, and they are for sale. And when I do the video of TYT and I mentioned Jank's book, I am definitely going to say it'd be nice if somehow I managed to sell more copies of my fiction horror vampire book than he does of his. Make it into a little competition. But thank you so much for coming into the Sandbox, Ben. Love your stuff. Absolutely love your content. And I remember watching you on TYT, and as somebody else who is a former contributor to TYT, wow, we have stories. I got one person saying warm colors. Okay, so I've hit that. Jet saying warm all the way. Nature Gal, warm. Okay, so I'm getting some warms. Oh, PB, warm. Okay. The Wild West, warm. Hermeteorologist, warm. I'm feeling there's a trend. Grand Theft Autobot, warm. Atticus Among Us, I can't decide. You see, here's the conflict in me. I like cool colors. Like, I like the first cover. However, to me, the warm colors with the tangerine orange in particular is more true to what the story is. So I don't, because like when I think of my book and I come across, when I do the edits and stuff and I read the lime green as opposed to the tangerine orange, it always just feels wrong to me. Because when I first visualized it, I visualized it as tangerine orange. And it's hard for me to reverse that. So that's the only thing. But I actually, like, just artistically speaking, I like the first cover better. But when it comes into relation of my book, I feel the warm colors are more representative. So it's just a matter of, I don't know, like basically I'm asking, do the warm colors look stupid? Like, is it not worth it? Oops. I jumped. There we go. Mozart, deep greens and blues are the colors I choose. Yeah. Always saying I go cool over warm, but chat has spoken. Grand Theft Autobot, just call him Pierre Poilievre. Is that a play on Polly Market? Because I don't know if he has ties to that. It'd be funny. Well, you can always call Pierre Poilievre PP or Skippy. And you have to say it like that. That's the thing. You have to say it like Skippy. Just because. Let's see. Oh, don't worry. I actually have like actual news and politics to get into. I just get a little sidetracked when I start these. Especially on a Sunday. I'm in a chatty mood. Le Wild West. For the record, my name is pronounced in French. So do I have to always do it with a French accent? Oh, okay. I have a pronunciation for a name. Dohan Awi. Dohan Awi. How's that? Dohan Awi? So nasal. It's a Dakota name. Nice. So Dohan Awi. I'm sorry if I'm still pronouncing it wrong, and I might not be able to remember it. I also have... It's an autistic thing with names and faces. I have shockingly poor retention for that sort of thing. But I will try my best to remember. Dohan Awi. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I don't want to spend too much. I want to actually get into some of the news and stuff, because this is what I've been spending most of my day doing. Is because when I do my live streams, I like to put things in a narrative, in a story, so one will connect to the next, to the next, to the next. You guys know that, which actually makes it very hard, and I think Jet can contest to this. It makes it really hard to make short segments, because it's all connected, which when it comes to politics, that's very much the case. And so, like, even though I'll cover 5 topics, it's still under the guise of one segment because it all flows together. It's all connected. But I guess, why don't we actually just get into some of it? Again, I don't have I don't have a ton of stuff today, but I still feel it's important. So let's go here. So Vicky Campbell, a liberal on Twitter, fine person, but definitely has a preference for like the liberals and Trudeau's, but that's neither here nor there for this. She's just saying Harper prorogued Parliament 4 times in 8 years. Not once did anyone consider acting like these GD hillbillies when he did. This is another Poilievre temper tantrum cause Trudeau shut him down until they pick a new leader. Are you still wondering who's creating chaos in Canada? And so she's tweeting out this. Whoever this person is, okay, Canada, something is happening. I'm hearing rumors from various sources about a convoy to Ottawa to protest Trudeau's prorogation. I'm hearing January 22nd, 2025 as the date, the 3-year anniversary of the Freedom Convoy. If true, this could be massive. So as is always with politics here in Canada, conservatives will scream and cry over things that Trudeau does that are things that the conservative governments have done or are responsible for. But since this is Canadian politics and not too many people, including Canadians, know much about terms and things of that sort, I thought it might be a little bit handy to go over what a prorogation is. And so here we have the Canadian Encyclopedia, and I am not taking the citizenship challenge contest. I am not doing that. I don't want to know how badly I would fail at being Canadian. At least not live on air. So this is an important thing to know if you want to know about politics here in Canada, what this actually means. Because a lot of people are confused. Some people think that this means Justin Trudeau isn't our prime minister right now. No, he's still our prime minister. And to prorogue Parliament is not uncommon. It's par for the course, really. So a prorogation is a suspension of Parliament. All parliamentary activity is stopped, but the government remains in power and is not dissolved. And so it's important to keep in mind they're talking parliamentary activity. It doesn't mean they aren't working. It doesn't mean that certain committees and reports aren't being worked on, that MPs aren't at their offices in their home ridings talking to people like constituents and things of that sort. They're still working. We still have a functional government. It's not like our government has just dissolved or anything, as it says, is not dissolved. So he's still prime minister. There's still work going on, even up in Ottawa. It just means parliamentary activity. So there's not going to be any new bills. If there was a bill that was supposed to be voted on, those get dissolved. Like those are just fall flat. So nothing will get voted on. But this can also end. If something major happens, they can call for Parliament to start up again. So it's just a way of stalling. This is a stalling technique. Every session of Parliament begins with a summons and ends with a prorogation. Both are issued by the Governor General or Lieutenant Governor at the provincial level. So the Governor General is a mostly symbolic, ceremonial position. So when it's time for a new election here in Canada, the Prime Minister has to go to the Governor General and say, hey, there should be a new election. The Governor General says, okay. And that's how it happens. The Prime Minister themselves cannot start a new election cycle. It has to be the Governor General. Just like whenever we have a bill passed through Parliament, so it goes through the House and it goes through the upper and lower house, so the Senate and the members. In order for it to be implemented into law, the Governor General needs to sign off on it. So it's not just enough that they vote on it, the Governor General has to sign off on it. The Governor General could theoretically speaking, refuse to, when we do vote for a new prime minister, they could, in theory, refuse to accept them as the new prime minister. However, that sort of thing generally has never happened. It doesn't happen. It really doesn't. And the same with the lieutenant governor at the provincial level. They are primarily ceremonial positions based on the constitutional monarchy we have. It's a British royalty thing. But it's also very well paying. Sorry. Still remnants of a cold going on. So this is important to know because there's been a lot of talk about this, because Justin Trudeau has currently prorogued Parliament basically to stall until the next election will be called. And we know it's going to be called again because, like I said, oops, hey, go away. No, don't do that. As it says, all parliamentary activity is stopped. So what the, I'm not going to suggest an edit. Just, no, I was highlighting. I'm not suggesting an edit. No. As soon as Parliament gets back into the House in Ottawa, what's going to happen is the Conservatives and the NDP are going to rush to hold a vote of no confidence, which means at that point, when a vote of no confidence has been put through, and if there is a vote in the favor of the non-confidence, then that means that, yes, Parliament will have to be dissolved and an election called. So as long as it's prorogued, that can't happen. So at the government's request, throughout Canadian history, the governments have at times used their prorogation to their own advantage. The main purpose of prorogation is to wipe clean the order paper of old or existing business and to set new legislative agenda. All unfinished business at the end of the session dies on the old order paper. There are procedures in place to reinstate previous activities in new session, which begins with a speech from the throne. So all those Canadians that were hoping to see the $250 that the Trudeau government Liberals promised them, that's not happening now because he prorogued Parliament. It hadn't been voted on beforehand, so it's now completely, it would have to be asked for, restated. But here we go. Notable prorogations. We don't need to know the ones from 1873. So let's go here. Prorogation became a heated political issue in the late 2000s. Controversy erupted in 2008 when Prime Minister Stephen Harper asked Governor General Michel Jean to prorogue Parliament. This happened shortly before a confidence vote that could have defeated the Conservative Party's majority government. Pretty much the exact same thing that's facing the Liberals right now. The Harper government would have been replaced with the NDP Liberal coalition supported by the Bloc Québécois. After talking with constitutional experts amid intense public and media scrutiny, Jean agreed to Harper's request. His government survived. In 2009, Harper again asked the Governor General to prorogue Parliament for 2 months. He argued that his government needed to consult with Canadians and businesses as it dealt with economic issues during the recession of 2008 to 2009. However, the move was widely criticized as a tactic to give the government time to gain a majority on Senate committees. It was also seen as a way to avoid investigations into allegations that the government had ignored the torture of detainees during the war in Afghanistan. In 2009, the 2009 episode led to a debate about whether governments were using prorogation as a political tool for their own causes. And this is something that is happening a lot with the Canadian government, is that way back when the functionality and everything was designed, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Constitution signed off on, a lot of what's in our operations relies on good faith actors. It relies on people not intentionally abusing the situation. Honor system, you might say. So things like the notwithstanding clause is not supposed to be used to serve the government's whims. It's like supposed to be a very serious thing to do. Never done lightly, and only time of basically crisis for whatever reason. I don't think there's ever a legit reason for the notwithstanding clause to be used. But as we've seen, primarily coming from conservative governments, they've now started to use it to just get their own way. They're not happy that the Supreme Court ruled against, the legislation they put through that was taking away the rights of Canadians. And so they just pull out the notwithstanding clause and say, I don't care what the courts say, I'm going to do it anyway. That is a problem. And now with, and the more it happens, so once it starts, it snowballs. So one person will do it, get away with it, then that person will do it a few times and get away with it, and so on and so forth. And so now it's to the point where Pierre Poilievre is threatening to use the notwithstanding clause at the federal level, which hasn't happened before. But the conservative governments in the provinces have absolutely used the notwithstanding clause to override the rights of Canadians. And so it's only a matter of time before the conservative government gets in, and then he'll start using it at the federal level. And right now, I'm about to call him Harper again, but Poilievre says that he'll only do it for bail reform. Yeah, that once he starts using it, it's open season. In August 2020, the Liberal Party argued that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's request to prorogue Parliament until September 23rd was intended to reset the government's priorities, which had been adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic. It's obvious that the throne speech we gave 8 months ago is no longer relevant for the reality that Canadians are living and that our government is facing. Trudeau said, however, MPs in all opposition parties argued that the purpose was to shut down investigations into the We Charity scandal, which had already resulted in the resignation of Finance Minister Bill Moreau. So that's, and then there's, reform, an idea that they want. Prorogation is governed by constitutional conventions or unwritten rules, basically honor system. 2017 public opinion survey found that 84% of Canadians favored restricting the powers of prime ministers and provincial premiers with clear written rules that can be enforced. In 2009, the Federal Court of Canada decided that a change to the Crown's prerogative powers could not be accomplished through legislation and would require a constitutional amendment, which is very difficult to do. So that's just a little bit about prorogation. And so when you hear conservatives saying, Justin Trudeau, he's using it for its own wills, and well, so did Stephen Harper plenty of times. But nobody, well, I guess they did complain, but they seem to have forgotten about that. Well, there's been a lot of talk recently that Pierre Poilievre, speaking of him, he's not doing all that well. So I covered it, I think, on Christmas. The Christmas tweet he sent out, he used a picture from his Thanksgiving photo shoot with Joyeux Noël and Merry Christmas just slapped on top of it. But it was quite clearly Thanksgiving in the picture. The interview he had with Jordan Peterson, he looks fine, but that was pre-recorded from some time ago, apparently. And then he hasn't really been out in the public. There's been weird things happening. And so now, like, one suspicion was, closer to Christmas, was that he was separating from his wife, which, who cares? Justin Trudeau got a divorce while he was prime minister. But more recent footage of Pierre Poilievre, there's something wrong with him. Some people are saying he's going through rehab. Other people are saying he's like really thick. And as I caught a bug over the season, yeah, it happens. But this has been going on for a while, and it's concerning. And the lack of transparency also concerning because we can see it. We can see how his health, like there's something wrong. It's kind of like, oh, Biden is completely fine. His cognitive, like behind the scenes, he's perfectly fine. No. He wears more foundation than I do with this to try to make his face look somewhat living. With these press conferences he's been doing lately, and his energy and everything has just been really, really low. there's definitely something going on. But there was a press conference that he gave, because the thing is that now, well, there's never a good time to be sick or going through rehab. But right now, with Justin Trudeau resigning, with the threats from tariffs from Donald Trump as the official opposition leader and somebody who's hoping to become the next prime minister, he needs to be in front of the cameras. Like, he needs to be pushing back. Like, right now, the strongest advocate against Donald Trump's tariffs is Doug Ford, a provincial premier, which again, this is where the jurisdiction comes into place, because international foreign affairs, that sort of thing, that's federal. That is definitely not provincial. So this is a press conference he gave. Let's go here. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's almost 40 minutes long. There's a couple snippets that other people have clipped out that we'll go through, but I wanted to just watch a bit of it. I haven't watched, other than the snippets that we're going to watch, I haven't watched any of it, but I am just kind of curious what the mood is. So let's see. Oh, I'm not hearing anything because I have yet to put these in my ear holes.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. Tout est hors de contrôle. Oublions pour un instant.
And you all heard that. That's me. That's how I was sounding. I did 2 shows when I was definitely probably too sick to be doing them. And that's me. There's quite the nasty bug going around right now. And like, the thing is I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, I have a cold right now, but I still have to do my job. And this, sorry, I'm going to go off on a little rant here. When the average person out there has a cold, they still have to go in and do the fucking job. You know, we don't get to have time away or anything of that sort. And so if anything, this actually would humanize him to say, yes, I have a cold, but I'm still coming into work, because a lot of working people are forced to do that. When they're probably too sick and shouldn't be going into work, they have to go into work for, you know, lack of sick days. Maybe they don't get any sick days. They need their paycheck. They're paid hourly, not salary. So as long as they can sort of function, they're forced to go into work, which would make everyone else sick. Like when I was working in an office, that bug would go around all the freaking time. And so in a way, it would make him seem a little bit more human if he said, yes, I'm sick, but like the average Canadian out there, I'm still going to work. And do you know what? As the next prime minister, I'm going to make sure that there's adequate sick days for everyone who needs them. Side rant.
Les derniers 60 jours de chaos libéral.
Starting in French.
Où le chaos juste pour du double avec le coût de nourriture ayant augmenté, avec le pire inflation depuis.
Come on, CPAC. We're on the CPAC YouTube page. You should have had the translator on by now.
40 ans de dollars de la monnaie. Les déficits sont de l'autre, c'est le contrôle de.
Wow. Okay, so when does he start speaking English? The thing is that whenever you hear them speaking French and English, technically speaking, you don't need the translator, because generally speaking, they're saying the exact same thing in French and English.
Contrôle. Libéraux ont des contrôles et woke ont été le coup de l'os, qui a annoncé sa démission la journée même qu'elle allait annoncer un déficit de 60 milliards de dollars, essaie d'avoir le poste de son patron.
I thought I heard him say something.
M. Trudeau. On a Carbon Tax Carney. M. Carney, lui, qui est conseiller à M. Trudeau.
Okay, he's not doing this right. He called him Carbon Tax Carney. So Mark Carney is somebody who is potentially going to be running for leader of the Liberal parties. But if he's going by true Quebecois language laws, he can't call him Carbon Tax Carney. He would actually have to find a French version of that. Like a lot of stores, the reason why, like a lot of retail chains, the reason why they don't open up shop in Quebec is because they have some damn strict language laws there. So they actually have to Frenchify their name. So they can't still be called Walmart. It has to be Le Walmart or some other word completely, which is very much a hassle when you're bulk buying product and stuff like that, that you would then need to have the French version of that, which is, to spend that much money on a niche market is something that a lot of bigger retail chains just won't do. So for him to say carbon tax carny is just so wrong. No, he would have to say carbon tax in French for this to be a proper francophone slogan.
Selon le site web du Parti libéral jusqu'à aujourd'hui, mais qui essaie de prendre l'emploi de M. Trudeau. On a Christy Clark, qui a mené un gouvernement désastreux, libéral en Colombie-Britannique, un gouvernement qui a augmenté les taxes et les impôts.
I thought I heard him say something about woke. That's what I'm curious about right now.
Et qui a augmenté le coût de logement massivement, qui veut maintenant être chef. Et on a tous les députés libéraux qui ont appuyé tous les partis politiques de Juste Unis. Et au lieu d'être, ça se peut plus, de l'immigration.
Okay, so maybe I should have pre-watched this ahead of time so I at least know when the English happens.
Qui proviennent des Américains, le Canada d'abord. Et c'est ce qui donne year-over-year population
There we go.
away from COVID, increasing in the United States. Seen it like this, le Canada d'abord. Et c'est ce qu'il faut faire maintenant. Dans une élection, prendre le contrôle. Thanks very much, everyone. I just got a belated haircut, and the first thing that the hairstylist said to me is,
"You're sick. You should be at home resting."
What the hell's going on? Everything's completely out of control. It's nuts. I've never seen it like this. And she's right. But before we get to the obvious of the last 60 days of liberal chaos and the threats that weakness has invited from incoming President Trump, let's just talk about everything that was out of control before that. Housing costs, out of control.
Reminder, he was housing minister under Stephen Harper. And that's when the housing crisis started. Justin Trudeau did very little about it to reel it back in, but yeah, he can't say anything.
Doubled after 9 years of NDP Liberals, rising faster than in any other country in the G7. Food costs, out of control after the NDP Liberal carbon tax caused grocery prices to rise 37% faster in Canada than in the United States, driving.
We'll be touching on that a bit later. The reason why grocery prices skyrocketed the way that they did in Canada is just because of greedflation, as they say. It was just the greed of the corporations, the CEO, the billionaires of Canada.
2 million people to food banks. A quarter of our kids, according to federal data, are going to school hungry.
He voted against lunch programs in schools.
And a quarter of our families are living in poverty. The worst inflation in 40 years. After out of control liberal deficits and money printing increased our money supply by $700 billion, or 40%. That is to say, 10 times faster than the growth in the output of our economy.
Is it me, or is it the lighting? Or is it nothing at all? They don't seem to have painted his face properly. Like they're missing some of the foundation up around the hairline here. This is a very ashy color right there. That's a very ashy color on his cheeks. His neck as well. I don't know. This guy is sick. Like there is something severely going on with him that he should kind of be open with, because I saw this other video, but I wasn't going to play it because it's from 3 weeks ago, but I'll just quickly, let's see, I'm at 1314 here. Quickly click on it.
I am joined.
This is him 3 weeks ago, too. He looks like shit. Like, there's something wrong with this man. But yeah, this was him answering how he would handle the tariff issue, but this is from 3 weeks ago, so I wasn't going to cover it now, but you can, like, looking at him, he's sick. There's something going on. And the fact that this was 3 weeks ago and
in poverty.
He only looks a little bit healthier now because I think of the amount of makeup on him.
The worst inflation in 40 years. After out-of-control liberal deficits and money printing increased our money supply by $700 billion, or 40%. That is gun crime, up 16%. Social service and job crisis. Our borders out of control, with dangerous poisons pouring in from China and Mexico and then manufactured into deadly fentanyl.
You should not be picking on our largest trading partners like that. That's not a good call. To accuse them of doing things that they're not, to demonize and villainize them. Racist, for one thing. Also, again, biggest trading partners, we rely on them for a lot of stuff. And to go around and start saying, oh no, they're sending us all this garbage and harm, blah, blah, blah. No. We need to have good relations with them. Having the leader of the next prime minister to be suddenly calling them horrible people, like, who does he think he is? Donald Trump? He wishes.
That has killed 47,000 of our people. Crime, completely out of control. Violent crime up 50%. Gun crime up 16%.
Oh, instead of one person, it was two. It's not that bad, but I don't know if what he's saying is true, and it might not be true, or it might be like we're looking at a fraction of something or a certain time period. He never cites his sources because when he does, you usually find flaws within them. But the thing also is when you have really low numbers to begin with, it can sound drastic when you say percentages. So if they say that there was like 100% increase, so this year it was 4 people instead of 2, like that's literally what we could be talking about at this point. But it sounds so much scarier to say 100% increase.
And hate crime up 251% after 9 years of NDP Liberal.
And a lot of that has to do with COVID and the report from CSIS and India interference and all that sort of stuff. Also, a lot of the hate that they're stoking up. Also, the inclusion of things like saying free Palestine is now considered hate speech, and, spray painting a politician's office with free Palestine is now considered like a hate act and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different factors that have been going into the increase in hate crimes. However, that said, it absolutely has been on a rise. These people, the conservatives, are the main instigators of it. The largest increase has been for LGBTQ plus folks. That has been the largest rise in hate-related incidences that have been documented anyway.
Radical, woke, catch and release criminal justice policies. Everything is out of control, and now our government is out of control. We have a lame duck prime minister, rejected and fired by his own caucus.
We don't really use the term lame duck here. And he resigned. He wasn't rejected and fired. He resigned. Those are two different things. Like, how do you say you're fired? No, I resign.
unable to respond to threats from abroad or crises that he and his party caused after 9 years at home. And why did they get rid of him? Did Liberal MPs get rid of him because they disagree with his policies, doubling the housing cost? Did they say that all of a sudden they've changed their mind on quadrupling the carbon tax up to 61 cents a litre? Is it because they feel guilty over?
He's wrong about the carbon tax. A good video to maybe watch after this, we're going to watch a clip of it. So it's from Steve Boots. He goes into more detail about the carbon tax. The carbon tax isn't something that I generally cover a lot on my channel because it's a lot more than I have the ability to take on, because there's a lot of information there, but it's nowhere near what Poilievre is saying it is, with just how it's run, how it's doled out, what it does, what it's supposed to do, and all that sort of stuff. That's the thing about Canadian politics, and why Americans usually have a better grasp of their politics than Canadians have of ours, is that there's a lot of other stuff you have to already know in order to be able to easily figure out what's going on. And a lot of the times Canadians don't know a lot of the already stuff you should know about certain things. And so when suddenly you have to learn about something, it's not just that one thing you have to learn about. You have to learn about all the other things that lead up to it, which can be a mountain of work to do.
For the hell they've unleashed in our streets? No, they say he's doing a great job. It's just that Canadians unfairly don't like him anymore. And that unpopularity threatens their power, paychecks, and pension. And so, right before an election, the Liberal MPs want to elect another Justin Trudeau who has a different face.
Should he really be talking about that right now with the amount of makeup on to try to hide the fact that he's sick? But here's the thing. It's just, we don't elect prime ministers here. We elect parties. So he's running into this problem right now where he's pinned everything onto Justin Trudeau because Justin Trudeau has become drastically unpopular among the population, where he should have been more consistently saying that these are Liberal policies, because they are. Justin Trudeau doesn't unilaterally do anything. He's just one of many voting members of Parliament. So Pierre Poilievre right now is desperately now trying to tie all other Liberal issues, like connect them, as opposed to this was Justin Trudeau and his doing and his policy and we're in Trudeau's government and blah, blah, blah. He's now having to suddenly change up how he says things like, oh, no, the Liberals liked this, the Liberals did this, the Liberals were that. Whereas if he had just, criticized him correctly from the get-go, he wouldn't have to do all of this spinning now.
They're all Justin Trudeau. They're all just like Justin. In the next election, I will be running against Justin Trudeau. Whether his name is Justin Trudeau, or his name is Chrystia Freeland, or Carbon Tax Carney, or Carbon Tax Clark, they will all be Justin Trudeau.
What if the next candidate doesn't have a last name that ends with C? Then how will they be the carbon tax candidate? Or will you just say the carbon tax candidate? Damn it, I think I just gave that to him.
They supported everything he's done, and they promised to keep doing it. And if they say otherwise, we know they're lying, because they would have done so earlier. Let's go through the list. You have Carbon Tax Carney himself to this day. He's on the Liberal website.
Okay, we don't need to go through his slogans
which would show our debt. Yeah, she was the carbon tax queen before Justin Trudeau eased the budget.
The video that Steve Boots does covers a large part of this that you guys can go check out after this.
Stop the crime and put Canada first. We will take back
control. Did we miss the slogan?
The choice will be simple. Either the NDP Liberals, who tax your food, punish your work, double your housing cost, unleash crime and chaos and weakness on the world stage, or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and put Canada first. We will take back control of immigration, take back control of spending, take back control of our borders, take back control of inflation, taxes, and interest rates. Take back control of the country that we knew and still love, and we will put Canada first. We will stand up and we will state clearly that Canada is a sovereign and independent country, that we will protect our integrity as a nation through strength. Slogans? First of all, this means a strong economy. We need a massive bring it home.
So he did 11 slogans at a go.
Tax cut, lowering taxes on work, investment, energy, and making stuff in Canada will bring home billions of dollars of investment and paychecks, but will also make totally reliable and clean military, supporting a strong border, reinstating controls on immigration.
There's plenty of controls on immigration. Canada is one of the hardest countries to immigrate to. Like, well, I wouldn't, globally speaking, okay, I take that back. Globally speaking, I don't actually know. I know it is harder than the United States. It's harder to immigrate here than in the United States. There's actually a lot of strict rules on immigration here in Canada. Anyway, why don't we actually just go to the couple of clips here. So this is from CPAC.
You spoke of the need to speak to our American allies to make the case against tariffs. So who have you spoken to directly since Trump's threat? And will you be reaching out to American lawmakers and business groups even before becoming Prime Minister to do what you say and put Canada first?
I'm feeling this right now. He's about to pass out. It's just, I was that sick over the past couple of weeks. I know, like, I don't know how many drugs they injected him with in order for him to stand there, but I get this sense that he's just ready to topple over.
In English and French.
We need to put Canada first by locking arms with American economic allies on the ground that will put pressure on Washington to do the right thing. Look, I'm not Prime Minister.
No.
I respectfully
Fingers
ask
crossed
the
you never will be.
people to give me the chance to serve them in that role. But that's why we need an axe the tax election now. I need the mandate to put our country first, to make the case to the Americans, to bring home production and paychecks to this country, to take back control and end the NDP Liberal chaos. The only way to get that is with an axe the tax election, and that's what I'm calling for Justin Trudeau.
If this guy has to go up to go against Donald Trump, Pierre doesn't have it in him. He does not have it in him to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump and what Donald Trump is threatening and everything. But also the serfs had pointed out this one, which goes back. So the replying to this, we'll watch this little clip in a second. John A. Macdonald, the first Prime Minister of Canada, was a white supremacist who believed in superiority of the Aryan race. This country was literally built on white supremacy and genocide. He was considered extreme even for the time period, often shocking other members of parliament and forcibly starved Indigenous children to death. And so Poilievre says Canadians need to stop apologizing for the past and focus on building a prosperous future.
And most of all, being proud of our country and unapologetic for our history. We need to honor our past and our shared values. We need to live out the dream that started with John A. Macdonald. Yes, I said John A. Macdonald.
Yes, I pointed out to the white nationalist that helped to start this country as a hero.
Who believed in an independent and sovereign Canada. We need to uphold our heroes, stop tearing down our symbols, remind people who come here.
calling him a hero is not accurate. No, like it just... He's responsible for genocides. A lot of them. A lot of really horrendous, racist things. We'll see.
That when they're given a Canadian flag and they land on Canadian soil, that it's the greatest gift on earth, and that they should be proud to be part of the Canadian family. That's what it means to be a proud Canadian. That's what it means to put Canada first. Let's bring it home.
He can't answer any question without tacking a slogan onto the end. So here I have the video from Steve Boots. I've queued it up. Hopefully it stayed in its queued position, where he kind of responds to that comment there from Pierre Poilievre.
He talked about him very eagerly. Just listen.
We need to live out the dream that started with John A. Macdonald. Yes, I said John A. Macdonald.
About him as a hero.
Independent and sovereign Canada.
Then he talked about him as a hero. So I just want to take a moment to remind you of some of John A. Macdonald's more notable quotations. Quote, "When the school is on a reserve, the child lives with its parents who are savages. And though he may learn to read and write, his habits and training mode of thought are Indian. He is simply a savage who can read and write. It has been strongly impressed upon myself as the head of the department, Indian children should be withdrawn as much as possible from parental influence, and the only way to do that would be to put them in central training industrial schools where they will acquire the habits and modes of thought of white men. Or how about, I want to get rid of the Indian problem. Our objective is to continue until there is not an Indian that has not been absorbed into the body politic, and there is no Indian question and no Indian department. Or how about this? It has always been clear to me that Indians must have some sort of recreation. And if our agents would endeavor to substitute reasonable amusements for this senseless drumming and dancing, it would be a great assistance." Yeah, that's who Pierre Poilievre wants us to celebrate as a hero. Interesting. Seems like he's really laying out some personal beliefs there. He also called for a massive expansion of oil and gas production, which raises the obvious.
So everyone, I'll put the link to this video in the sandbox. Please go check out Steve Boots' video. He does these weekly. They're really good. Just kind of like a sum up of some political news throughout the week. But yeah, John A. Macdonald was a monster. Absolute monster. Okay, let's check the sandbox. And then we'll get into some updates and stuff. And then we'll get into Justin Trudeau stuff. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. I heard some Trumpers say they want to annex Canada because Trudeau has destroyed Canada. I looked out the window and I saw not destruction. Yeah. I'm still very grateful to be a Canadian, despite all the things I always talk about on my channel. Hello, Bad Lefty. If NDP libs had any sense, they'd pay people to find out what he's afraid to fail a security clearance on and hammer away at it. You see, the thing is that they know. They know. Because, like, Justin Trudeau, Jagmeet Singh, they have their security clearances. Elizabeth May, Yves François-Blanchet, they all have their security clearances. And they have, in their own ways, hinted that there's more to it. However, they can't say it outright. They can't say it because it's classified information. But there is a report coming out later this month that is still going through, which will look into a lot of this foreign interference in our politics. And Rachel Gilmore has reported on it. And apparently, even with Parliament prorogued, this report is still coming out. And so then that might give the population a lot of clarity as to what's been happening. Melanie Lunbell? Welcome to the sandbox. Out of control. How many times do you want to repeat that phrase, my guy? Everything is out of control in Canada. Uh-huh. I'd love for people like to just randomly select Americans from across America, bring them up here to Canada, and then try to tell them how gun crime is out of control, how immigration is out of control, how all these things are out of control, how crime is out of control, and all this. I'd love for them to be like, you being serious? This is what, Canadian sarcasm going on? But the thing is yes, there are some things that are out of control. Housing costs, absolutely out of control. The cost of groceries, absolutely out of control. Do you think he's going to do anything about those things when he has so many of their lobbyists in his own government? Like, it's just... He always says the slogans, but never what he plans to do about the actual issues. Because, yes, some things are out of control in this country, but not everything is. And a lot of it is him just fear-mongering about different topics, different things that don't have an impact on the average person's daily life. Like a trans kid playing on a sport doesn't have an impact on the average Canadian's life. But they fear-monger about it like crazy. PB, America's right wing, is behind this. It's more of a collaboration. We also have some dealings with American right wing. Like, we send them all to you. Hermeteorologist MF, it's not 61 cents, yeah. And Steve Boots goes into that in that video that I posted in here for people who want to know a little bit more about the carbon tax. He breaks it down quite nicely. Let's see. Melanie Lunabelle. Yeah. Oh, casually misgender Christia. Yeah. It's... Pierre Poilievre is just a royal piece of shit. Bad lefty, Sandy, I'll blame you if PP uses that. What, the whole carbon tax candidate? Yeah, I think I gave him an idea. I hope you guys aren't hearing my stomach. That's the problem. When I eat right before I go on stream, my stomach will make a lot of gurgly noises. But if I don't eat right before I go on stream, then all of you will start talking about food, and then that's all I'll think about. There are some things in the sandbox I do not know the context to. Hands off the ass, Addie, says Soul Life. Bad lefty, Canada is quite hard to permanently move to. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Marty, I don't care who is Prime Minister of Canada. They have to stand up to Trump. Even if Poilievre is Prime Minister, we must stand by him and cheer for him to protect Canada from Trump. Yeah, I hope whoever gets into power will stand up to Trump, because you need to push back on bullies like Trump. Like, Mexico's president, she's doing a great job of it. And you can tell, like, Trump is intimidated by her. You can tell. in the way that the rhetoric is and stuff. But he hasn't dropped that rhetoric towards Justin Trudeau, because Justin Trudeau will get more into what he said and stuff. Too little, too late when it comes to pushing back against Trump. Like, we do need somebody who's able to meet the day with him. And there's one person floating around, the candidate. The thing is that can't be the only thing they do. We need somebody who can do that and also not be a racist right-winger in office. But I would hope that, if Pierre gets into office, that he actually pushes back against the whole tariff thing. I'm just worried he's going to get steamrolled by Trump. The Wild West, let's put Chrétien back in. F this. Oh, we're actually going to be talking about him a little bit later on. He wasn't a great person either, But he was... Again, I don't know nearly as much as I probably should about like each individual prime minister we have had, but Jean Chrétien apparently is responsible for some really horrible stuff. But I do, from what I recall, he was strong. Like, he wouldn't take shit from people at all. And that's kind of what we need right now when it comes to Donald Trump. It's just somebody who won't take any shit from him. That's not coming from, like, so far the actual federal leader who has done the best job is Elizabeth May, because she spoke about it in a very condescending, mocking tone, which is what you need when it comes to this sort of thing. Oh my gosh, I already forgot how to pronounce your name. Dao Han Wee? He's so disgusting. To be proud of Canada is to be proud of settlers and makes someone racist. Yes, as I say, I'm not proud to be Canadian. I'm grateful because I know living here, I've had certain privileges that I wouldn't have gotten in other countries. But I also say that while aware that not everyone in this country has the same privileges that I do. So I'm grateful for what I have. I wish everyone that lives on this land had that same level of privilege and respect and accessibility to social programs, health care, all their needs met, that sort of thing, that they had their freedom. But I can't say that I'm proud of Canada, because knowing what this country has done, like, that's, once you know, you can't go back in a way. You can't start looking away once you know what Canada is responsible for. To be proud of it. No, you can't. You can't be proud of what this country has done and still be a decent human being. Hello, April. My dyslexia is already starting to act up. Rachel Atwood. I was totally going to say the R and the A on the different words. I thought apologizing was the Canadian national pastime. How dare PP disrespect his heritage and culture like that? Let's see. It jumped. Where'd it go? Oh, there. Wow, you guys have been chatty. So, like, when I found out Santa wasn't real, the thing that hurt me most wasn't Santa. It was finding out my parents lied to me. That is randomly very sad. I'm sorry to hear that. But as an adult, especially an autistic adult, I think back to all those things and it's like, why is it okay for adults to lie to children like that? Now, sorry, I'd have to go back and look at how to pronounce your name again. Dao Hanwi? PP will be a monster if he survives Trump. The worst part about Trump is his actions will help whip up Canadians into a nationalism against the USA, which is always the move to the right, land back. Yeah, and we see it happening already, like the amount of, I knew the phrase before I did this stream, and I was so proud of myself that I remembered it, that I'm totally forgetting it right now. Oh, when you have like a president like Bush, and the way that sanitize the reputation there. That's what I was looking for. Sanitize the reputation. And there's a lot of that going on with Doug Ford right now, simply because Doug Ford is appearing to be strong against Donald Trump, which is just so many levels of horrible. Like, yeah, Pierre Poilievre is absolutely a monster. The things that he is planning to do, should he get into power, like, we need to be ready on day one to protest, to push back and fight back against everything he's planning on doing. And yeah, just let's see. Jet replying to Dawani. I'm pretty worried Trump's gonna do some irreparable damage to our country's relations. That's the thing. And that's the thing with Pierre Poilievre attacking Mexico and China. Like, those are our largest trading partners. You don't go after them. You don't. At least not like that, you know? Dao Han, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I struggle with names so much. And I remember seeing it up top, but I can't even scroll up far enough to see it. So super apologies for that. Also saying, and I'm worried about how pro-colonial, pro-Canada, that will make even leftist settlers, which will increase racism, but for the good of liberalism. We're already seeing some of it. Especially people who were fans of, like, Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party, like that group of liberals in particular. You're seeing it really strong right about now. The way that they're wanting to be so much outer and prouder with their about being Canadian and stuff. Because, you know, I have the Canada flag here and in my bios and stuff. But again, it's not, all it is a symbol of where my politics is coming from. It's not about any sense of pride. It's about a locator so that people know when I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about Canadian politics. Let's see. Melanie Lunabelle. I was baffled when I saw how many bills PP voted against from his time as an MP, so many that would have been beneficial to Canadian society. And that's the thing that Canadians don't do that much of, is to actually go back in history, and it's all available. All that information is available. You can look up and see how any politician voted on what, or how parties in general voted on things. And when you look at it, one thing that people would probably be shocked by is how often liberals and conservatives vote together. But yeah, when you hear him, Pierre, complain about a lot of different things, and then you look up his voting history, he voted against the things that he's complaining about, type thing. Like, he's voting against, like, again, the starving children in Canada, but voted against lunch programs in schools, like that sort of thing. PB, I can't hear it, Sandy. Was that too quiet for people? Seemed about right for me. The Wild West, I heard that, stomach. Yes, I'm hearing it. And the mic picks it up. It's really kind of embarrassing. It's, I don't have a normal stomach, so it makes a lot of gurgly noises. Thank you so much for the $2, Rachel Atwood. Does PP have plans to cut aid to Ukraine? I'm not entirely sure, because he has come out as, I wouldn't say pro-Ukrainian before, even though there's the whole issues with like Russia interference and things of that sort. I think what he wants to do is send more weapons, you know, make a buck off of it. Like I know he's going to cut off any aid to like UNRWA and fully fund anything Israel wants to do to the Palestinians. Like that is something he has actually talked about, that he will just turbocharge anything Netanyahu wants to do. But I haven't heard him speak recently about Ukraine. Like the last time I heard him speak about it that I featured on my channel, it was to point out that he wasn't necessarily a direct puppet from Russia. That because we had the Tenet thing with, it was found that Russia was influencing influencers here in Canada and stuff to make content and that sort of thing. However, even though it wasn't directly connected to Pierre Poilievre is also then influenced by those influencers. But there was a video of him saying, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It was a while ago. And he was talking about Ukraine, but he voted against something that Trudeau wanted to do because it sounded too woke to him, not so much because he was against the idea. And I think it had something to do with the sales of weapons, and I think it had something to do with like carbon tax issues. Like it was really ridiculous. But I have no idea if he actually has plans to cut aid to Ukraine. It's been pretty quiet up here from politicians regarding like Russia and Ukraine. Okay, now everyone is hearing my tummy. Okay. Do I have to like put a blanket over top of it? Ugh. I might have to put a blanket over my stomach to muffle the noises. Let's see. Try to get caught up so we can get back to this. Oh, Rachel Atwood again. Thank you so much for the $5. Did you see the Cavernacles video about racism towards Indians in Canada from a few months ago? Makes me think about the current US HB1 visa story. I watched a bit of it. I can't recall if I watched all of it, but I did see it. Parts of it at least. And like, yes, there's definitely been a spike in racism towards Indians right now. And that has in part to do with the investigation for the interference into our politics, the fact that the India government has had assassinations committed in Canada on behalf of the government type thing, which has just drastically increased the racism towards Indians here. Plus, with all the student visas, because a large percentage of the international students are coming from India as well. And then they get blamed for housing costs, no jobs available at things like Tim Hortons and whatnot, even though, generally speaking, these are people that are being taken advantage of by the schools wanting money, by employers wanting low-wage workers, all that sort of stuff. But absolutely, that's been in their drastic rise in racism is towards Indians here in Canada. Hello, MIDI doctors. Oh, did I miss what you were watching reruns of? Must have. Soul Life pre-farts? No, they're not farts. It's not even gas. I don't have a normal stomach. It's just digestive noises. Rachel Atwood, there's a huge Ukrainian diaspora community in Canada, and I don't think he has the juice to tell them no, but he's still a isolationist, right? That's probably something to do with it, because there's been plenty of pro-Ukrainian things that have happened, that there's a contrast between that I've highlighted on my stream before. So not too long ago, there was a rally in Toronto where some students attended. It was for the grassy narrows and clean drinking water for Indigenous peoples, but then also some pro-Palestinian stuff broke out in that rally as well, because there's a lot of solidarity with Indigenous peoples around the world type thing. And a lot of people were upset, and how dare you have students go to this rally for clean drinking water with the potential of a pro-Palestinian rally breaking out. And there was all this outrage, but then the year previously, there was a news article about like, oh, look at this, these class being taken to this pro-Ukrainian rally with all the signs made up and everything, and how great that is. And then during Remembrance Day at one of the ceremonies, there was a song sung in Arabic, and that's all it was. It was a song sung in Arabic about peace. It wasn't about Palestinians or Gaza even. It was just about peace, and there was all this outrage, like, how dare you do this? Nah, nah, nah. Whereas, again, there's another news article that you can look at where it's like, oh, we've incorporated Ukrainian traditions with our Remembrance Day and even have a song. Like, it's just, there's a lot of double standards going on, but Pierre Poilievre's definitely been more quiet about that sort of thing recently, but he's been very vocal about his support for Israel, which is disturbing. But it wouldn't surprise me, because this country has leaned so heavily pro-Ukrainian and has been so, like, the government is accepting of the pro-Ukrainian stance. That's acceptable to our government type thing. And so a lot of people find it acceptable, and you should be. So he'd have to go against that grain, but it wouldn't surprise me if he just quietly tries to like slip it in under the radar, where he just stops funding them or something. Midi doctors don't stand Ukrainian SS war veterans in parliament, though. Bad luck. Yeah. Let's see. I am appreciative of the fact that you're understanding that I do not know how to pronounce your name. It is something that I struggle with, generally speaking, especially names that I'm not familiar with. But I do try. Let's see. Okay, let's scooch through some of these. To clarify, the Palestinians in Toronto helped bring the folks from Grassy Narrows down to Toronto from up north. Of course, they were involved. Rachel Atwood, I lived in Ukraine for 6 years, including the first year of the war, so it's still deeply important to me, even if it makes me an outlier in certain leftist communities. Okay. Let's get back to the news, shall we? So I wanted to, this is the middle part, so it's going to be some updates on some stories, continuations of some stories, and then I have another kind of bar of tabs open, specifically more about Justin Trudeau and stuff. So one of the politicians that have been more outspoken against Trump and his whole tariff situation and whatnot is Charlie Angus. He's an NDP MP. Part of the reason why he's probably so outspoken about it is he's retiring. But, you know, here we have a clip of him on a show, again, just really pointing out the relationships between Canadians and Americans, especially in relation to the fires that are happening right now in the United States. So this is from, you know, I don't know if I've actually tried to say that out loud before. Asen? Is it Asen? Canadian MP Charlie Angus on Canada providing resources to California. Actually, I don't need to read that because he says it.
We have fire crews in the fire zone, in the danger zones from Alberta, Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia. I spoke with Security Minister at the federal government level, Bill Blair, this morning, who's mobilized Canada's armed forces to provide the quick lift to get more supplies into the fire zone. So the Canadian military now is on full alert to help our neighbors. That's what we do. We help our neighbors. When people are in crisis, we don't blame them and pick fights with them. We help. The fact that Donald Trump as a leader is not down there in the fire zone, thanking the first responders, talking to people who've been burnt out, I personally find shocking, but actually, no, this is what criminal grifters do. But I'll tell you one thing that I think has been really interesting. So Canadians are really pissed off, as you pointed out, across party lines, across demographics about this threat that we're seeing from the United States. But as soon as we knew that the fires were happening, the messages that I got completely changed. It's like, we got to get support in. Let's make sure our firefighters are safe. How do we help? So that's what neighbors do. And neighbors stand up and help neighbors in time of crisis. So I'm really proud of the efforts of our teams, our first responders. They're there to help people. I'm glad that the Canadian military is ready to help. As for Donald Trump, he's showing the kind of man he is. We have fire.
I'm very worried about the United States. Because also to help fight the fires, there's people coming up from Mexico to help fight them. You know, Canadians are sending people to help fight them. We have water bombers going to help fight them and stuff. If the situations were reversed, I don't think we could count on the United States. And I don't, like, to me, the examples are from within the United States. When there are disasters within the United States, their government doesn't necessarily mobilize the way that they should, or you have Republican governors not wanting to send money to Democrat-run states or something to help with their disasters, but as soon as a disaster happens to them, then they want all the money and they'll do all this bickering and they'll make them partisan issues. Whereas this shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is a climate change issue, and it can't be partisan because climate doesn't care, you know, what political beliefs you have, how much money you have, as we've seen from, you know, movie stars and TV stars losing their homes in this. Like, it's nice to know that there's still, you know, functionalities within Canada and Mexico that will still mobilize and help out, but I'm very worried that the states will become more and more isolationist, that they'll become more and more, like, it's always been part of the United States, the rugged individualism, and I'm worried that's just going to become so much more severe under Donald Trump, and that so many people will suffer because of it. And then it's his politics, the way that they rub off on the media outlets that support him and the way that they'll then back it up and emphasize it and stuff. Because right now they're blaming it on pretty much everyone other than the greedy corporations and climate change. There are some factors, yes, there could have been better policies put in place. There could have been better mitigation, but this disaster was made possible due to climate change. And that is what needs to be addressed. But they've said it's been DEI that was woke, that it's been unhoused people, that it's been undocumented people. I haven't seen the clip, but apparently Jesse Waters was trying to blame Indigenous peoples for it. Like, it's just everyone else's fault except for the fact that this is climate change, this is corporations, this is government's complicity in climate change that is causing this issue right now. And no scapegoat is big enough to really distract everyone from what's happening for very much longer, because climate change will hit everyone. Because I'm pretty sure even now, everyone either has been directly affected or knows someone, like 1 degree of separation from someone who has lost a place of business, lost their home, had to have tens of thousands of dollars in damage to their property or something because of climate change. And it's only going to get worse. And the idea that with Donald Trump in power and they can become more isolationist when they need the support the most, I'm worried it won't be there. So, but this, again, it kind of ties into the idea of, Donald Trump wanting Canada to be the 51st state, all that sort of stuff. Canadians don't want to be the 51st state, of course. But there is one leader of a political party here in Canada that doesn't think it's a bad idea. And I should warn you, this tweet is racist as hell. And it's coming from Maxime Bernier, who is the leader of the People's Party of Canada, the conservative offshoot that thought the slogan, "Secure the future," wasn't quite racist enough for them. And of course, on today's Twitter, this is absolutely allowed, and this is absolutely disgusting. So Maxime Bernier, every MP in Ottawa is against Trump's idea of annexing Canada. Great. The same MPs, though, have no problem inviting millions of Indians to gradually replace us, take our jobs, turn beautiful neighborhoods into slums, fight their tribal wars in our streets, harass women, replace traditions, litter and poop all over the country, kill Canadians while driving trucks, steal from food banks, and abuse refugee system. It's a disgrace. This country needs radical change, and none of these MPs have the balls to get it done. Join the PPC today. I don't endorse that idea. This is so fucking racist. Like, this is horrible. And this is totally fine to be on Twitter. And he's totally fine being the leader of a party here in Canada. We have hate speech laws here. Like, we do not have freedom of speech. And to be like spreading these conspiracy theories and just like this absolutely awful garbage. Like, I'm at least glad that it had to be an offshoot from the Conservative Party, that they weren't able to maintain this narrative while staying with the Conservative Party. But, probably won't be that long before we all head that way with Conservatives. It's just absolute garbage that has been emboldened over the past bunch of years. A lot has to do with Donald Trump and the way his rhetoric has spread and been pushed, and the way that the right-wingers have just been picking up steam and getting louder and more vocal with less and less pushback, partly because a lot of the social media platforms have been bought by right-wingers, or they're incentivized to cater to right wingers. Like even here on YouTube, certain channels will get promoted more, will get monetized more, will get more leeway with what they say when they're right wingers because they bring in the clicks, they bring in the money. And when it comes down to it, it's still a corporation and they still want to make bank. Because Adrian Dixon, somebody who was streaming on Twitch, had their channel taken down because of a Luigi emoji in their chat. Not even something they said. It was a Luigi emoji in their chat. But, you know, all the Pepes can be whatever on other chats and stuff. There needs to be a much stronger pushback against this rhetoric. Instead, we have liberals that just tend to cower towards it because they're afraid of being called woke. But we need much stronger pushback from people, much stronger, you know, public support of vulnerable groups, as opposed to, you know, other platforms that claim to be progressive, TYT, throwing a lot of these groups under the bus to cozy up to these right-wingers. It is horrific that somebody with this mindset can hold this much power in this country. But I say that because, I don't know, I suppose I'm still naive, that I want to live in a magical world where we can all get along and people are generally speaking good. But again, talking earlier about John A. MacDonald, these two would have been best of buddies. Because John A. MacDonald was trying to make sure that restrict immigration to only white Europeans. The genocides he's responsible for, the absolute atrocious treatment of indigenous peoples, of immigrants who were here, the way that they were abused and enslaved and all that sort of stuff in different ways. This is probably something that John A. MacDonald would be like totally on board with. It'd be nice to think that our country could evolve past that at some point, but you know, the liberals tend to just capitulate, tend to stay quiet, tend to not push back, tend to do no real change. They only do performative things, but they don't do anything that is systemic change to help change the system, to make it more inclusive, to make it more equitable, to, I don't know, maybe stop trying to fight indigenous peoples in courts about medical bills and reparations for residential schools. Like to actually, because the truth and reconciliation, there needs to be reconciliation, to actually take accountability and say, not just say, yes, these horrible things happened, but then also say, also provide all of the supports needed that will help these communities rebuild. And it's not for the government to say, it's for the government to say how much money and sign the check. That's really what they should be doing right now. They have no say in how it's done. They just should say how much. Let's see. And so we still have a lot of people here in Canada that want to cozy up to Trump, that wants to have this right-wing fascist takeover extend up here in Canada. And so this is from the anonymous Twitter account. The continued plot to take over Canada by Trump, Musk, and the MAGA movement. The Canadians Kevin O'Leary, Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, and Jordan Peterson were all spotted at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump and Elon Musk over the weekend. Yeah. So he's already trying to negotiate the surrender of Canada to the United States to become the 51st state. And he's also trying to buy TikTok. And this is Kevin O'Leary right here. I don't know. I think the deadline was through. I think it was January 10th where the court case was coming down. So we'll probably find out next week where he stands with buying TikTok. Because, you can't trust that app because it's from China. Whereas all the American apps, so trustworthy and open to free speech. And then we have Jordan Peterson, who's already fled to the United States, Danielle Smith in the middle, and there's Kevin O'Leary again. Reminder, Danielle Smith was on stage with Tucker Carlson as they talked about the replacement conspiracy theory. She was totally fine with that. Totally on board with that. But just chumming around, Kevin O'Leary with Donald Trump. They actually had very similar reality TV programs, so that doesn't surprise me in the least, actually. And Elon Musk at the same event. I get the strong sense, even though this account doesn't say they're from Canada, I get the strong sense that there's a heavy Canadian influence on this account. No particular reason why I think that. Other than they tweeted this out. I don't know. I get the sense that there's a very strong Canadian influence on that account. Okay. Next story is a bit of a update on a story that was breaking when I did my last live stream so much that I wanted to show a tweet that had been taken down from the time that I started my live stream to when I got to that point in the live stream. And so Ottawa MPP Lisa McLeod apologizes for a hateful and Islamophobic social media post. Nepean MPP Lisa McLeod has apologized for a social media post that claimed one of the people vying for her seat supports Sharia law. The outgoing progressive conservative, I don't know why they bother with that part, MPP posted on social media sharing a link to the website of Hussein Abu Rayesh, along with the comment, "Hey, Nepean, if you support Sharia law, next PC candidate for Nepean could be..." Yeah. So I had saw this. I had it queued up, ready to go. And as soon as I clicked on it for everyone else to see, it had been taken down. You know it's bad when. So Abu Rayesh demanded an apology for the post to be removed, saying McLeod could face legal repercussions for defamation. So he's seeking the Conservative nomination for the riding because McLeod announced in 2024 that she wouldn't be seeking re-election. And this is basically the only reason why she took it down. It's deeply, and this is from Abu Rayesh. It's deeply disappointing that Lisa McLeod has chosen to interfere in Nepean's nomination process by spreading defamatory, hateful, and Islamophobic rhetoric against me. This is unacceptable. Keep in mind, Lisa is a raging Zionist. It is literally in her Twitter bio that she is a Zionist. So can't say I'm shocked that she would be this racist, but just kind of slightly a little that she actually tweeted that out. Like, it doesn't shock me she's that racist, but to be so emboldened that she even tweeted that out to begin with. Wow. So he says, "I am a proud father, conservative Muslim, and former reservist who has always sought to contribute to our beautiful country. I will not be intimidated or allow anyone to undermine my reputation and integrity." My lawyer has issued a formal libel notice to Lisa McLeod demanding she cease and desist her attack on me. Furthermore, I expect a public apology from her. Lisa's interference has no place in the nomination. It's time for her to step back and let the people of Nepean decide who their candidate should be. I want to thank my friends, family, military peers, and elected officials who have stood by me and called out this hateful attack for what it is. That's the only reason why she took down the tweet. Really. Are you coming up? Are you coming up? So just a very interesting follow-up to that story, I find, because again, the racism in this country from politicians has just been getting so much more bold and just completely mask off. Okay. We get it, Abernathy. Everyone will want to see you, and you're trying to chew my bracelet. Let's go here. Look at that paw. Oh. Yes. Uh-oh. He sees my necklace. He's going to try to eat my necklace. This is Abernathy. A very unique name for a very unique cat. Named after a story I heard from my grandmother and her pet pig from when she was a kid. It's a sad story, so I'm not going to get into it right now. But this is in honor of her pet pig. Oh, there we go. You're a big kitty. He's a big kitty. Come on. And he actually really loves watching dominoes with me in the evening. Right before I go to bed, I like to watch dominoes, like, you know, the whole tip over and watch them fall type thing. It's a visual audio thing that I find really satisfying. It can help me relax. And so I watch it right before I go to bed sometimes. And Abernathy will get right in front of the TV and he's like intently watching as the dominoes fall. Like it's very interesting because you can tell he's looking at it, trying to figure out what's going on. Like there's actual thought going on in this cat's brain when he's watching it. Oh, all of his fur. He sheds like crazy and all the fur is like tickling my nose. But I gotta get back to work, sweetie. So there's another news story that is kind of broken out in the past few days here in Canada. Can't say I'm shocked. Again, from this type of news stories, it's very similar to something that happened a while ago. So let's get into it. CBC investigation uncovers grocers overcharging customers by selling underweighted meat. Problem of grocers misweighing meat going on for years, says former food inspector. This is why I need some sort of thing to get all of his cat fur off my makeup. It's tickling. So this is why we need a publicly funded news organization. They do these investigations. They have the ability to do these investigations and find out these stories that are very important to Canadians. So not too long ago, there was another scandal, kind of, I guess, similar to this, a bread fixing thing from Loblaws. So this one, it's a little bit more nuanced in what has happened, but in the end, it's the customers that lose out. The Loblaws grocery chain undercharged customers by selling underweighted meat across 80 stores for an undisclosed period that ended in December 2023, a CBC's news investigation has found out. On top of that, over the past few months, CBC News visited 7 major grocery stores in 3 different provinces and discovered packages of underweighted meat in 4 of them. 2 Loblaw stores, 1 Sobeys owned location, plus a Walmart. Calculated overcharges per item ranged from 4 to 11%. The findings suggest grocers selling underweighted meat is a prevalent and ongoing problem at a time when shoppers are struggling with high food prices that began rising during COVID-19 pandemic. When you're seeing that they're not weighing meat product properly, there's an extra hit there that the customer is taking, said Iris Griffin, a shopper who blew the whistle on the 80-store Loblaw case. In late November 2023, Griffin, who lives in Helka Island in Manitoba's Lake Winnipeg, brought a package of ground beef at Loblaw's own superstore in Winnipeg. The beef's label stated that the net weight was 1.834 kilograms, but when Griffin weighed the meat in order to freeze equal portions, she said it turned out to be 1.7 kilograms, 134 grams short. She said the weight of the beef's hard plastic tray made up for the missing weight, so she figures the meat had been incorrectly weighed with the packaging. I was angry, said Griffin, who calculated she's been overcharged $1.27, 7.9% on the $17.35 price tag. I'm being charged for this piece of plastic at the price of the ground beef. Under federal regulations, posted net weights for packaged food and prices based on that weight can't include the packaging. Worried the problem could be widespread, Griffin complained to the federal food regulator, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, which alerted Loblaws. Loblaw apologizes. Aww, so Canadian of them. Loblaw Companies spokesperson Catherine Thomas said in an email that due to an error involving a change in packaging, the grocer sold a small number of underweighted meat products in 80 stores across Western Canada. She didn't address the question about when the problem started and how much customers were overcharged. Then how do you know it was a small problem? Generally speaking, and I don't know for sure, so this is not a statement, it is an opinion. When this type of thing happens and you find out in some stores, it's happening on a much larger scale. And it won't just be with meat, it would be with other similarly weighed type products where suddenly the packaging is now becoming part of that weight. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. It's all these little tricks and things that grocers and corporations that sell to grocers do. Things like the cost of this box of cereal remains the same. However, if you look at how much is in the box, it has been reduced. But they don't tell that, so you don't think the price has gone up when in actuality it has. Which is why I like the little feature here in Canada. I don't know if you Americans have it, but in Canada, when you're in a grocery store and you look at the price, it has a little thing that will tell you how much it is per unit. So it could be like per weight, like a kilogram or something like that, or it could be per cookie or that sort of thing. So you'll see the breakdown. It does the calculation for you automatically type thing. So you see it so you can compare that way. So you can say, oh, this is 0.185 per liter, and then this one is 3.7 per liter type thing. So you can choose this, get a little bit more cheaply that way. But this would kind of bypass that too, because it would be including the weight of the packaging. It only works when you look at things like weight of the food within. So she didn't address questions about when the problem started. Oh, right. We have a robust internal process and controls in place. However, they are subject to the occasional operational error, Thomas said. Even though 97% of our 2,400 stores were unaffected, any pricing issue that results in an overcharge is one too many. Roles reversed. Do you think they would let this problem go on for that long? You think nobody knew about it? That not a single person had clued into this. The CFIA said it didn't visit any Loblaw stores during the investigation into the matter or issue any fines because the grocer reported had fixed the problem. In late 2024, almost 1 year after the CFIA closed the case, CBC News found packages of underweighted chicken at Loblaw stores in Toronto and underweighted chicken, pork, and ground beef at Loblaw owns No Frills in Calgary. It appeared the items had been weighed with the packaging. So it's like, oh, we apologize for everything we did. You're not going to check again, are you? You're not going to follow up on this, are you? CBC News purchased 6 items from the 2 stores and calculated the total overcharge of $5.14, 5% of the, that's a big bill, $107 bill. Thomas said that Loblaws conducted a review and identified weight inconsistencies similar to those that the CBC found. She said the problem did not impact the vast majority of Loblaw stores and had been fixed. We apologize for these errors, Thomas said, adding the grocer had been refreshed our in-store training. Following the publication of the story, Thomas told CBC News that Loblaws is offering a discount on select meat products at impacted stores. She didn't say which stores are involved. So how can you get the benefit of that apology? Several packages of underweighted pork, chicken, and beef were also found by CBC News at Sobeys owned Freshco in Toronto in late 2024 and at a Walmart in Richmond, BC last week. It appeared the products at both stores have been weighed with the packaging. CBC News bought 6 items from each store. Okay, we can skip that. Same thing. So Walmart and Sobeys offered few details. We take the concerns of this very seriously, spokesperson said. Sobeys stores adhere to federal weight regulations and expect the same compliance from our third-party agents. Company's Sobeys spokesperson. I do not know how to say that name. So I believe with those cases, they said it was a third-party issue, that it wasn't the stores themselves doing it, but the place that they were getting the packaging and the meat from type thing. And try to put it off that way. But, you know, these types of things, not that uncommon, really. They will find any way to, like, corporations will find any way to save $1 in hopes that people don't find out. They're gambling. Like how much more profit they make versus how much they might be fined should they be found out for doing this thing. It's just so frustrating that these grocery corporations have been allowed to get away with like all this greedflation and stuff in the first place. And we'll get a little bit more into it because, you know, food is not a luxury item. We need it. We need it to survive. But here we have Jagmeet Singh also saying Pierre Poilievre's senior advisor doubles as a Loblaws lobbyist. Galen Weston has donated to his party. There's no chance conservatives will ever stand up to greedy CEOs, no matter how many times they cheat you. If you want someone with the guts to take on CEOs, that's New Democrats, and I have my doubts about that. But also there's this article here that I will throw into the sandbox for people who want to read. So Competition Bureau study on grocery chains strengthens case for windfall tax in Canada. A recent study by the Competition Bureau confirms that Canada's grocery chains have reaped excess profit from food price inflation. The study points to modest but significant increase in the change markup before the pandemic, which garnered each of the domestic chains, Loblaws, Empire, and Metro, hundreds of millions or billions in excess profits. So they tried to, say, oh, we couldn't help it. We had to raise our prices, the whole pandemic and everything. No. This started before the pandemic. The agency's findings put wind in the sails of advocates calling for windfall tax to deter corporate profiteering and return excess profits to public hands. Let's see, was there... Yeah, so people, please go and check this out. It is in the sandbox. I was just trying to think, was there something else from this article I wanted to point at? So change in grocery chains gross markup since 2019. And guess which line is the black line? Loblaws. Like they're all bad, but Loblaws and Galen Weston particularly bad. So yeah, please go check that out. These are ongoing issues in Canada. We need better regulations around what corporations can and can't get away with, because this type of thing is just, we can't trust corporations to just do the right thing. They have to be forced into doing the right thing, because whenever they can, the profit comes before people. Quickly going to go to the main shot, check the sandbox before we get into So just one more sentence. It's one more update, and then we'll get into I'm still tickly. My nose is still tickly from all the cat fur. Before we get into the Justin Trudeau stuff. Yeah, I've only been at it for 2.5 hours. Still got 2.5 to go. I've been like rubbing off all my makeup because of the cat fur. Let's see. Let's see. You've all been very, very chatty, which is good. Well, let's just start back here. Thank you again, Rachel, for another super chat. New England should join the Canadian Maritimes so that Red Sox Nation can finally be made whole and united. Fly off, Blue Jays. That's a sports thing. I at least recognize that. I don't know much more about it. But again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat there. I get the feeling, and I posted a short about it from my last live stream, that if there was ever the option to just, we had a day where Canadians and Americans could just switch citizenship, per capita, there'd be a lot more Americans wanting to become Canadians than Canadians becoming Americans. Christy Zed, welcome to the Sandbox. Sandy, I thought your Canadians were famous for being nice unless you're playing hockey. But as of late, since Trump said that dumb shit, y'all have been gotten a bit spicy. Thinking American, are we? Canadians have never been that polite. You see some of the stuff I used to say in my Rebel HQ videos just to prove the point? Yeah, there are some things where it's like, oh, that is typically Canadians, and other things that isn't. Also, reminder or notification for people who are joining the stream a bit later, on Tuesday, at 8 p.m. or 8:15 p.m., something around that time, I'll be doing a live stream with Boston Brian. Go check out his YouTube channel. I should probably put that in the chat when I remember. I saw Ben Dixon on his show. And so I reached out because they were saying, we need to reach out to smaller content creators on the left and help boost them and stuff. And I'm like, hey, right here. So Boston Brian will be coming on my show on Tuesday. So yes, he's still an American. And you know what happens to Americans on my show the first time they come on. Should be a lot of fun. Should be fun. Let's see. I always get so stalled in the sandbox with everyone. But I like interacting with people. People see my cat. Is Abernathy. That cat sheds so bad. He's the worst shedder I've had. I guess it must be a Bengal mix thing, because the amount of fur that comes off of that cat is ridiculous, and he's short fur. Jet, I miss carrying my cat like that. My current cat is 7-year-old rescue and says nope. I don't get to carry him like that, but every now and then I can cradle him like that. But he just usually likes to sit on my lap and want to be petted and stuff of that sort. And Linear, the little orange guy that I have, also, there's certain times of days where he will get very feisty if I don't let him sit on my lap. But yeah. Melanie Lunabelle, that's an interesting ASMR suggestion. I'll try that, Sandy. The dominoes, yes. So just click for dominoes, but without music. It's much better without the music when you're searching in YouTube. And there's, I think it's Havana 5 who does a lot of things. There's also Knock the Blocks who does some really good things. But with Havana 5, tons of videos, like there's international competitions and things of that sort, or just not competitions, but conferences and stuff. And so there are some like amazing domino displays that happen in these and what happens and little tricks and stuff that you would never imagine. But if you're just looking for the ASMR stuff, then you just want dominoes, no music. But it's also interesting to watch them at these conferences and stuff. And how elaborate these layouts can get. And it's kind of mind-boggling what they would have to go through for all of that. And then the thought that like, oh no, it accidentally gets toppled. Like they're so big, these layouts, that I imagine that if it accidentally gets toppled, then what you do is you run ahead and you knock them out so that they don't topple anymore. But there's also little tools, like a comb-shaped thing that they can use to push them into place. Anyway, I should probably shut up about that. I watch a lot of dominoes. But it's a audio and visual thing, so. Let's see. Hello, Bee Cat. Hello, Morbius Dragon. Hello, Jeff the Heathen. Sorry if I've missed your name. Just welcome to everyone who is in the sandbox. Super appreciated and super appreciate people, participating in it. The engagement helps it in the algorithm. Do you know what else helps it in the algorithm? Liking and subscribing and sharing. Yeah, I gotta do that plug every now and then. I keep on forgetting. Let's see. Bad Lefty, my cat likes to lie against or beside me, but doesn't like being lifted. As kittens, they used to climb up me and sit on my shoulders or head. Even as I moved around, it was cute AF, though. Luckily, I can pick up my babies. Not so much Frodo, but Abernathy and Linear, I can pick them up. Because I like cats that I can also pick up, and it's not just on their terms, that I get to choose when sometimes. Jet asking, is that necklace colored crystal or bismuth? It's so kind that you think I can afford that. It's plastic. It's just plastic. It's plastic with like, if I'm not careful, I could probably peel off the coloring of it. Yeah. I wear costume jewelry. I can't afford like real good quality jewelry, but the reality is I don't need real good quality jewelry because costume jewelry that is colorful and blingy makes me super happy. Morbius Dragon, has anyone been wondering what Obama and Trump were talking about at Carter's funeral? I would really like to know. I don't know if they've actually announced it. I know Harris seemed really not happy with them talking. So Life, the only plane that can handle ocean water for Cali fires was taken out of commission because it was hit by a drone. Shake my head. Hmm. B-Cat, Sandy. Oh, just noticed your rings. Love them. Yes, I wear a ridiculous amount of costume jewelry. Well, I always wear my slinky. There's always a slinky on my finger. And I'm always wearing matching thumb rings. Matching to a certain point, because they're different sizes. They're one size different. I don't know. You can see my eyeballs through these. This is a really weird picture right now. I can hear my cat puking. Yay! There we go. I am now getting super distracted. But basically, my thumbs are two different sizes, which is normal. Your right hand, or the hand that you generally use, will be slightly bigger because you work it out more. B-Cat, are you just seriously noticing my slinky ring right now? I've had it on for every single freaking stream and video I've done. I have a slinky collection. Vicky Klee, the music was wonderful. Beautiful, I mean. Welcome to the Sandbox. Not sure I know which music you're talking about. Rachel Atwood, cat puke. Well, you see, there's a bit of a thing with Frodo, so it was Frodo. I can tell by the way he pukes, the way it sounds. I have to have him on anti-nausea medication regularly to make sure that he eats because of his kidney issues. But every now and then, I have to not give it to him in case he has hairballs he needs to get out of his system. But here's a little hack, I guess you call them hacks, because he loves to sleep on my bed, and as people with cats who like to sleep on beds know, you know that they just tend to puke wherever they are at that moment. And quite often it is on the bed. So here's the hack for anyone that needs to do it. You can usually find pretty low-priced mattress protectors at like a surplus store or Walmart even, and they are water resistant. And so I have a double. I get a king-size mattress protector. And so in the morning, after I get out of bed, I take that mattress protector and I put it over top of all the blankets and pillows. And so then Frodo sleeps on top of that. And so when he pukes on that mattress protector. And so when that happens, all I have to do is clean that spot. So I take it and I hand wash. Like I take off the more solid parts, and then I hand wash it and let it dry overnight. That one spot. And it saves me from having to do an extra 5 loads of laundry a month for my blankets and sheets, and having to then like bleach the mattress as well and clean the spot on the mattress after it's soaked through everything. So that's your little hack for the day when you have cats. Vicky Klee, the Carter funeral music during the Obama Trump giggling clip. Sandy, that music. Ah, okay. B-Cat says, brilliant. I think you're liking my hack, if I get that right. Rachel Atwood, mine prefer puking on the floor. It'd be easier to clean. Or sometimes it's on my slipper, right by my bed. Or if I don't have everything tucked into my laundry basket, it'll be like on the sock that's sticking out or something. He's like, I need to find some sort of fabric to go puke on. Anyway, that's like TMI about my cats. Oh, Melanie Labana. Slinkies for hypnosis for beginners. You mean this? It's like the only trick it does. Should probably get back to this. We were going into a pretty dark story too. Gotta work on these transitions. So another topic, issue that I pay a lot of attention to on my channel. Actually, now that I've started that transition, I need to crack this open. Just muted that for a second so you didn't hear that. Okay, let's start this part over again. I'm trying to like reset. And now I'm seeing an article about friendly and constructive Premier Danielle Smith meets with Donald Trump. Oh, Doug Ford must be so jealous. He's probably sitting there like, oh, it should be me. It should be me. He's been like on all the media circuit and stuff, trying to talk about the tariffs and stuff. But I think part of it is Doug Ford has been pushing back on Donald Trump, whereas Danielle Smith has been more conciliatory to Donald Trump ever since he's mentioned it, and been very, lapdoggy to him. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm pretty sure Doug Ford is super pissed he didn't have a trip to Mar-a-Lago. Anyway, something I cover a lot on my channel because I've had personal experience with it. Plus, it's having such a large impact on just people and everyday lives and quality of life and all that sort of stuff, is the housing situation here in Canada. And in Ontario, it is particularly bad. And a lot of that has to do with Doug Ford. So they like to blame it on the federal government. Of course, there are things the federal government could be doing better, but the bulk of the issue is provincial. One of the main problems is the rent controls that Doug Ford got rid of. After that, rents kind of skyrocketed. Then there's other factors that kind of get put at play, the lack of affordable housing being built or the lack of housing in general being built. Doug Ford interfering with communities as to what kind of housing they can build. All of that goes towards an absolute dire housing crisis here in Ontario. Ontario reaches tipping point with more than 81,000 people experiencing homelessness. There's only about 14 million people in this province.
As Toronto braces for another frigid night, a reminder that there are many who will be spending it without a warm, safe place. A new report with a first-of-its-kind analysis highlights the somber reality of homelessness across Ontario. It points to more than 81,000 people who experienced known homelessness in the province last year, an increase of 25% compared to 2022.
There's a lot of people who are unhoused who are not accessing shelters or supports. Lots of people couch surfing, people who are incarcerated, who are released without addresses or lose their housing while they're inside. So 80,000 for me is a terrifying number, but it's actually probably much larger than that.
And the cost associated.
Like the other thing it doesn't account for too are people who are like precariously housed. So people who are living in abusive places, like their landlord or their roommates or a family member is abusive, or places that are in dire need of repair to the point that it's actually unhealthy for them to stay there because of like infestations with bugs or mold or not proper heating or plumbing and all that sort of stuff. These numbers don't include those people as well. And so this number is most likely a lot higher. And if you want to include people who are in harmful housed situations, so much more higher. Like it is truly devastating, unconscionable, unacceptable that this is allowed to be able to get to this extent in a country as wealthy as Canada.
Associated with tackling the crisis is becoming too much for the municipalities to bear without additional government assistance. In the scenario of an economic downturn, without significant government intervention, by 2035, the number of people experiencing homelessness could rise to more than 294,000.
The reality is you're either going to pay for it now or we're going to pay for it later. And what we need our provincial and federal, on some level, partnership is to make focused investments into the gaps that we know that exist.
And the trouble when you need a federal and provincial partnership is when one is conservative and the other is liberal. Because then they don't like working together. Because if they work together, they might actually get something done. And then one of the parties can take credit for it when they don't want them to. Like quite literally, the amount of programs and stuff conservative premiers have denied the people programs that would be quite beneficial is absolutely, again, it's unacceptable, unconscionable that they will let people suffer like that when there are programs and money put aside by the federal government, and it's simply because the conservative governments don't want the liberals to have a win. It is nothing but politics to them. It's a game, it's a job. And meanwhile, people's lives are quite literally on the line.
Because this is only going to get worse.
To end chronic homelessness in Ontario, the report calls for an $11 billion investment over 10 years. Outreach worker Lorraine Lamb says it starts with affordable housing.
So just remember, $11 billion over 10 years.
We all need a place to live and not freeze to death from the elements, but we also need elements of community and healthcare and social supports and mental health supports. All of those things are part of the conversation.
A provincial spokesperson tells Global News mayors have asked for help, and that's why over the next 3 years, the government is investing $3 billion in affordable housing, anti-homelessness, and emergency shelter supports.
But we need to support these people, get them back on their feet, get them a good paying job, and we need to build more homes.
We try to come up with a solution. It's not working. It's clear that it's not working with.
This is the, we've tried nothing and it's not working.
The growth that we've had. And so it's alarming in the numbers. And
no, it's we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
It's concerning if we can't get the province together with us to try and resolve it.
So Ontario's homelessness crisis is at a tipping point. A group representing most of the province's municipalities is warning as the record number of homeless people ticks towards 100,000. So that's the new report. Just wanted to get to. Roughly half the number of people recorded as homeless in Ontario last year were categorized as experiencing chronic homelessness, meaning they lived either in shelters or on the streets for more than 6 months or experienced recurrent homelessness over the past 3 years. AMO says the report is evident massive changes need in how Ford government handles homelessness and housing more generally. Municipalities have stepped in to address our homelessness in their communities despite limited resources, a handout from AMO explained. The provincial and federal governments have not done their part. The Municipal Association estimate local governments spend $2.1 billion on homelessness and housing last year alone, funding that is generally drawn from property tax revenue. Province and federal investment deliver only a fraction of what is required, Jones said. Municipalities have stepped up now to provide more than half of the funding for homelessness and deeply affordable housing. Catch that there? Said deeply affordable housing. That's because whenever you hear a government official say affordable housing, there is a technical range for what they mean. They mean 80% of market rent. For those of you who know what market rent is or the market rates are, 80% of that is still not affordable. And so now they've had to add this term here, calling them now deeply affordable housing. So not just affordable housing, but deeply affordable housing. That's an actual thing. Like, this is not an accident. This is not just, what's the grammatical word that I'm looking for? My brain's not working. A descriptor. I think it begins with a V, the word that I'm looking for. Verb. Yeah, it's not just a verb. No, not verb. Adjective. Yeah. Okay, so totally not beginning with V. It was an adjective. So this is not just an adjective. It is the actual part of the term deeply affordable housing versus just plain old affordable housing. The majority of Ontario's homelessness is concentrated in the south, which would make sense because the population is concentrated in the south. But AMO said in the north, the rate of growth is exploding. Over the past 8 years, so, Doug Ford, homelessness grew 204% according to the report. So that's in Northern Ontario, where there's less resources, colder, fewer options for places for people to go. The Ford government has faced repeated calls from mayors of big cities and the Association of Municipalities to fundamentally reevaluate its approach to homelessness and housing. In particular, local leaders have called for a new cabinet minister to oversee a coordinated approach that encompasses housing, mental health, addictions, and other contributing factors. Let's see. Covered that in other stories. Yeah, just so the government is promising funds to help with homelessness programs, as well as new powers for police and threat to local service managers who fail to deal with homelessness in their cities. The bill, which has not yet passed, set to strengthen penalties for people who repeatedly break trespass laws, as in they're in a park encampment on public property, allow police and provincial offenses officers to ticket or arrest people using illegal drugs in public with penalties of up to $10,000 or 6 months in jail. So again, for people living with addiction, if they go into their tent, which is an encampment on public ground, to use their drugs, to consume their drugs, they could get $10,000 or 6 months in jail. But they're closing a lot of the safe consumption sites or supervised consumption sites. So, and they don't have their own place to live. So where exactly are they supposed to go? It also comes with an extra, $75.5 million for homelessness prevention programs, including $50 million for affordable housing, $20 million to expand shelter capacity, and $5.5 million to top up the Canada-Ontario housing benefit to immediately free up emergency shelter spaces. That's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. We have heard loud and clear from people of Ontario that they want their parks and public spaces back. Encampments are a public safety concern and not a solution to homelessness, a provincial spokesperson said in a statement. Maybe rearrange those words a bit to say, it's absolutely tragic that people have nowhere else to go but public parks and spaces to pitch a tent to live. Maybe put the priority on that as opposed to, you know what, people are upset they can't go to the park. Be more upset at the fact that people have no other place than to go to a park. Mayors have asked for help in managing this complex issue. That is why over the next 3 years, we're investing a record $3 billion in affordable housing, anti-homelessness, and emergency shelter. So I think they said 11 billion over how many years? And this is 3 billion over 3 years. Anyway, you get the math. They're not spending nearly enough money. Ontario NDP leader Merritt Stiles said the report should concern the government. This report is a searing indictment of this government's inaction on the homelessness crisis. She says in a statement, under Ford's watch, the number of people facing housing instability continues to increase at an alarming rate. Mike Schreiner, Ontario Green Party leader, said Ford has absolutely no plan to tackle the crisis. Yeah. So the AMO report estimates Ontario needs to spend an extra $11 billion over the next decade on 75,000 affordable and supportive housing units, while another $2 billion is needed to house encampment residents. So 11 billion extra over the next 10 years, but over the next 3 we'll get 3 billion and 75 million extra in this 1 year or something like that. Just, again, nowhere near enough. And also there has to be more done to prevent this from increasing. So again, the people who are precariously housed, the people who are, on the verge of being evicted because they can't afford rent and they're doing all these things to try to afford it. Those people who are already housed, we have to make sure they are remained housed in places that aren't harmful to their mental health or physical health. We have to ensure that happens as well so that this problem doesn't continue to increase. So Diana Chan McNally is an advocate for housing, and she has a little bit more of the breakdown of the actual report. So AMO Policy has released a devastating report about the state of homelessness in Ontario, which gives us our most accurate figure of how many Ontarians are currently homeless. 81,515, a 25% increase in 2 years, of whom 41,512 are chronically homeless. So half. As with any exercise in enumerating homelessness, the 80,000 is an undercount. However, we can see sharp rise since 2021, with overall homelessness increasing by 11 to 14% every year since. Homelessness in Northern Ontario has grown by 204% since 2016, a clear geographical disparity. You see, under a competent government, it should be, at a bare minimum, 11 to 14% less every year. One would hope that it would be a lot more than that, but at a bare minimum, it should be less. It shouldn't be increasing, it should be decreasing if we had a competent government that was actually trying to tackle this issue. Similarly, homelessness in rural Ontario has increased by 154% since 2016. By contrast, urban homelessness has increased by 11%, while homelessness is increasing overall. Rural and northern communities are being hardest hit because there are a lot fewer places for them to go. Shockingly, for the first time ever, nearly half of all homeless Ontarians are chronically homeless. Chronic homelessness entails a much higher risk of congruent chronic physical mental health issues, which can be permanently disabling and entail a high cost of health care. Equally shocking is the fact that a quarter of Ontarians who are homeless are children and youth, a figure that has risen drastically since 2021. In Canada, 78% of people who are homeless as children become chronically homeless as adults. We are potentially ruining many lives. So sad. So sad. Nobody, especially children, should be unhoused in this country. While systemic racism and colonialism makes the data incomplete, Indigenous people remain grossly overrepresented among homeless Ontarians, particularly in northern communities where Indigenous representation among local homeless populations exceeds 50%. Refugees and newcomers also remain overrepresented, particularly in context of urban homelessness. Historically, while these demographics have exited homelessness quickly, with no positive exits from homelessness, approximately a quarter are becoming chronically homeless. Part of the reason why it'll be so high for refugees and newcomers is they also don't know what options they have. They don't know if there's any programs in the area. They don't know their rights completely. They don't know what the government is supposed to be supplying. Some of them may not know that they can apply for disability or Ontario Works, or get connected with other organizations that would help them. So a lot of them are really just kind of lost in the wind. While emergency shelter has increased by 34% across the province since 2019, it's far from meeting the need. At the same time, investment in supportive housing remains stalled, with just one supportive housing unit available for 1 in every 14 homeless Ontarians. This matters because emergency shelter isn't a permanent solution, and with dramatic increase in chronic homelessness, more people will require supportive housing in order to exit homelessness due to the disabling permanent health impacts of remaining homeless for long periods. Let's see, how much? Oh, just a few more. Okay. Okay, municipalities continue to be on the hook to fund the majority of homeless programs, contributing over 50% of all funds for such programs, despite having extremely limited revenue sources. Since 2021, municipal contributions have increased from 1.9 to 4.1 billion. Since 2021, we can see provincial contributions to homeless programs dropped by 15.1%. Both federal and provincial contributions to housing initiatives continue to be inadequate, while municipalities have significantly increased funding. Extremely alarming is that even in a steady economic scenario, we could see as many as 165,000 Ontarians become homeless in the next decade. Worst case scenario, i.e. an economic downturn, we can see almost 300,000 Ontarians enter into homelessness. That's more than the vast majorities, like that is more than the population of the vast majorities of large cities, even in Ontario. Like that would be considered a large city worth of people. With the scale of current and projected crisis of homelessness across the province, it's clear we need substantial, multi-pronged, and immediate investments with a particular emphasis on permanent solutions, i.e. affordable and supportive housing. And also from her, we have this. Whether it's -8 or -15 degrees Celsius, cold related injuries will occur just the same. Frostbite, which can be permanently disabling, hypothermia, even death. Toronto has already seen someone die in the cold this year, and our ERs are already struggling. Keep surge capacity open. When there's nowhere for people to go in extreme cold situations, oftentimes they just go to an emergency room to seek warmth, of which then they're often then kicked out and thrown onto the street by the security. So this is from the City of Toronto. So she was quote tweeting this. The additional City of Toronto warming centers that provide temporary surge capacity due to extreme cold temperatures are now closed. The standard warming centers remain open and are accessible to walk-ins. Find locations using the map at toronto.ca warming centers. So the City of Toronto have put together this map. So you can go to this website and you can see this map. Well, you can zoom in and this interactive map to find the warming centers. How many people that are in need of these services do you think have internet connection to find these? We told them where they could go for help. It's not our fault they didn't have internet access to figure it out. Just so infuriating. We could solve the housing crisis like right now. There's so many things that could be done. And again, it is a multi-pronged thing that needs to happen. There's no one solution that will solve everything. But there are many, many things that can be done right now that would greatly reduce the number of unhoused people in this province. And it should be criminal that it's allowed to continue like this, and it's allowed to get worse. Okay. Well, I just have one last teeny tiny thing to get to before we get to all the Justin Trudeau stuff. So, it does matter who we vote into office when it comes to bigger things, even things that we think it doesn't matter. So when it comes to what's happening with Israel and what they're doing to the Palestinians, one could think, well, the Republicans are worse. all this sort of stuff. But, it does matter. There is a contrast between Canada and the United States when it comes to this. Even though Justin Trudeau has been absolutely horrible on it, they still kind of bend under pressure. There's still some checks and balances. Whereas in the United States, it's been getting increasingly worse. So Prem Thacker tweeted this out. The U.S. House has voted 243 to 140 to 1 to sanction anyone associated with the International Criminal Court's efforts to investigate, arrest, detain, or persecute any protected person of the U.S. and its allies, mainly Israel. 45 Democrats joined Republicans in voting for the bill. So by following international law, they want to be able to sanction them for following international law. And Canada would actually be one of those countries that do that. Because Trudeau has said that, they would follow international law and arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. So as horrible as our government has been here in Canada, there is still some progress, which is why I'm worried when it comes to, the next election, because Pierre Poilievre will absolutely be horrendous on this. But here's a little bit of a contrast. So Nikki Ashton, who I wish could be the next leader of the NDP, tweeted this out. Finally, the CRA revoked Neiman Foundation's charity status for funding the Israeli army. They must now do the same for, again, another name I don't know how to say, the HESEG Foundation and others. Not a single cent of Canadian tax dollars should be funding genocide. And this is from the Winnipeg Sun. Ooh, that is teeny tiny. Let's make that bigger for people. So Canadian Jewish charity loses status over aid to Israel. It's nice when it's finally in that direction, because all too often people lose funding or jobs or incomes and stuff because they're supportive of Palestinians. It's nice to actually see it reversed, where it's like, no, if you're aiding a genocide, you'll lose status. So a Jewish aid group, names I don't know how to pronounce, of Thornhill, Ontario, was stripped of its charitable status for indirectly providing aid to the Israeli Defense Forces, as revealed by access to information records. The foundation argued that its assistance helped individual ex-military personnel and national service in an integral part of Israeli life, as reported by Blacklock reporters. While increasing the effectiveness and efficiency of Canada's armed forces is charitable, supporting the armed forces of another country is not, wrote auditors in the Canada Revenue Agency. The foundation and a separate charity, the Jewish National Fund of Montreal, were both deregistered on August 10th after being accused of violating the Income Tax Act. The Jewish National Fund challenged its ruling in a federal court, while the other foundation remained silent. The foundation was cited for $40,886 in payments to an Israeli foundation. The group aims to help lone combat soldiers and soldiers from deprived backgrounds in the Israeli Defense Forces, both during and after their army service, wrote auditors. So I'm going to throw the rest of this article into the sandbox so people can read that at your leisure. Because I still have a lot that I want to get to. Main shot. Oh, these live streams, I tell you. I should fire my producers. This takes too long. It takes too long. Let's see, how much do I have to go over? That and that and then that. Okay, it's a bit about, the upcoming federal election and what's happening with the Liberals and Justin Trudeau and stuff. It's a fair bit. Well, it's modest bit. It's not a little, it's not a lot of information to go over. So let's check the sandbox. Before we get all to all that. Bad lefty. Yes, adjective was the word I was looking for. But also saying to be TBC. I failed English first time, so don't trust me. To be clear. Oh, okay. Christy Z, the rich know they are risking, the poor revolting. I think they got it covered for themselves. When we do, they have no reason to care about what we want. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, I was on assisted housing for list for 10 years before I gave up. And the frustrating part about that is when your turn finally comes up after waiting over a decade, possibly a lot longer than a decade, to get subsidized housing, unless you accept exactly what they offer when they offer it, you go back to the bottom of the list. So if you've just signed a lease somewhere else and you can't break it, then you're SOL. If it's in a neighborhood that isn't ideal for you for whatever reason, SOL. If it's not accessible to you for whatever reason, SOL, you know. Hello, Angela W. I'm very late. How is everyone? Well, we still got a bit to go, so you're not terribly late. But since you're arriving later, I suppose I can let you know that on Tuesday, 8 p.m.-ish, Boston Brian will be on my show. You guys are going to have to keep me under control because I'm totally going to be giggling my ass off because of his accent. Not because I find it funny, but I absolutely adore accents. I absolutely adore accents. And I don't think I've had anyone on my show with a strong accent before. And he has a definite strong Boston accent that will just make me get all giggly. So you'll have to, and you also have to make sure I don't pick up his accent, because that's another thing that I have a habit of doing. A sympathetic ear for accents. If I'm thinking about it, I can't do it. But sometimes, like when I watched Birds of Prey, it's a movie about Harley Quinn. After I came out of the movie theater, after watching that, it took me about 20 minutes or so to get my normal accent back, because I was talking with like a perfect New York accent that she had layered on thick. I had mimicked it perfectly for about 20 minutes, but I couldn't even shake it when I tried. But I wasn't thinking about it, and I caught on to it. So there is a very strong possibility I will end that live stream with a Boston accent. There's no guarantee. There is a possibility. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, extreme poverty in childhood has lifelong psychological scarring. Absolutely. It's so hard to break that cycle. And just, the fewer things that you're able to access, the fewer opportunities that you're able to gain, like just certain programs, levels of education, support from peers, because then you usually have troubles making friends if you live with poverty because of the harassment, discrimination, and bullying and everything. It's, not proper nutrition. You don't get proper clothing. You don't get proper medical needs taken care of. It's, yeah. Angela W. I'm going to say one of the most Canadian things I can say. I was cross-country skiing today and a moose crossed my path. Well, you should say, sorry, I'm late. I was cross-country skiing and a moose crossed my path while I was eating, drinking, licking maple syrup straight from the tree. Eh? Eh? It was all about the moose that was crossing my path, eh? But yes, that is a very Canadian thing. Only in Canada. That must have been scary. People don't realize how big moose are until you're near one. And they are like ginormous animals that you're looking at them like, thank God you're not a carnivore. Because those creatures are massive. And you just know, it's like, if it wanted to kill me, it could. There's nothing I could do. Absolutely nothing I could do. Like, you crash into one with a small car and the moose looks at you like, sorry, you what? You trying to do what? You trying to disrupt my day? As your car's now a crumpled ball of steel. Soul Life, isn't England a monarchy? Bad lefty, yeah, Soul Life, a constitutional monarchy. We have a constitutional monarchy here in Canada, which means we have a government. We're not just run by kings and queens. Soul Life, Elon could do it over, he's over 100 billion richer since Trump won. I'm not sure. Real billionaires know some French, says BCat. I'm not too sure what you're talking about with it. Yeah. He could solve homelessness right now. Ms. Rai, I think is what Rachel Atwood is trying to let me know about how to pronounce a certain name. I'll have to go back in the sandbox and see the pronunciation of the name of somebody I hadn't seen in the sandbox before and see if I can remember it for next time. Oops. Soul Life, I'm so hungry. Oh, don't start talking about food. I only had something light to eat before I came here and everyone heard about it. For my grumbly tumbly. My grumbly tummy. And it was just a snack. It wasn't really like a meal. BCat, looking forward to it, Sandy. Probably seeing me when Boston Brian comes out. Rachel Atwood, Chris Brian about the 1978 Halifax explosion. It was an important event in Boston history too. Good point. Good point. Might add that to my list. What was the biggest man-made explosion pre-World War II? He's a World War II history buff. Well, he's an expert in World War II, and all I can think is like, wow, he looks great for his age then. I don't know why. It just makes me think that he's been around since then, but he's not, of course. Let's see. PB, full moon tonight. Oh, nice. It's gorgeous. I think it's snowy and overcast here, so I won't be able to see it. I'm at the bottom. Also, while I still have people's attention, I'll pull this back up for people who are arriving a bit later to the sandbox and stuff. So I have my book. Everyone knows about my book. I talk about it all the time. And since I'm working on that video for TYT, I will be mentioning how Cenk went on his presidential / book tour, trying to sell his book. And so I figured that would be an opportune time for me to also plug my book. So before I do that, I want to update a few things. So there's a few edits. I have to re-upload a new edition, hopefully make hard copies available. But I was also thinking about like really changing the cover, because I want to change the cover to at least have my name on it. But also, when I first wrote the book, when I visualized the necroplasm, which is the blood substitute for vampires, in my mind's eye, it was tangerine orange. But I changed it to lime green to match the cover. So I will pull this up now. Yeah, so I changed it to lime green to match that cover. But it never sat well with me because I'm still visualizing like the tangerine orange. Also, when I first saw the cover, to me, I saw a white streak in her hair. Now, some people might think that all of her hair looks white, but I saw, like, to me, it seemed like it's a white streak, plus that's like a different potential color there. And that's important because anyone who's watched the first chapter of my video, or video of the first chapter of my book, knows that when a vampire is ready for human blood, they develop a white streak in their hair, which is what I got from this cover when I saw that. So what I was thinking of doing is not just changing the name, but changing the cover to reflect more of what I see in my mind's eye with my book. So this is the option. So I could have this and just change the name. Or this. So it's the tangerine orange, plus I put a little bit more color into the hair so you can see it's light brown or blonde. So which one looks better? This one, the original, or this one? The tangerine orange with the kind of color in the hair and the warm filter versus this one. Now, like I've mentioned before, I prefer cooler colors, generally speaking. But to me, this represents what's in my mind's eye more about my book. So in the sandbox, put cool for cool colors or warm for warm colors as to which one is your preference. When I did this originally, it was very one-sided which one they preferred. And also, don't let the fact that one has my name and the other doesn't be the swaying factor, because they will both have my name on it. And I'll just read some of the sandbox while I'm waiting for those to come in because of the delay. And then we'll get on with the rest of the news. Let's see. More talk about the full moon. Good for Gabby. Likes the second one. That was before I said warm or cool. PB, I lived in NH and MA for 14 years and never saw a moose in real life, only on TV when they entered city spaces. I've seen a moose, I think, only once in real life. And I was on the car on the highway in northern Alberta, and it was still quite a distance away from us, so I didn't feel threatened. But when I've seen other footage of it, they are ginormous. Like, even at a distance, seeing that moose off the side of the highway. People don't comprehend how big those animals are. Okay, I'm getting some worms and tangerines for the book cover. John Davis, warm it, the blood on our face is red. It is. Angela W., I took pictures, then made sure I felt like she wasn't going to run at me, and I bolted. Funny thing is that Mum bolted out right behind another skier. He didn't even notice. That would be so disturbing to be like, do. What, is there something behind me? Oh, shit. Hello, bad lefty. And Angela W. also says the worm. I think there's been a large consensus on the worm. One detractor and one undecided. Okay. How did these get so tangled up from me just sitting here? Probably because I don't stop playing with them. There we go. And then I have to like bunch them and throw them away whenever Abernathy comes in my lap so he doesn't eat them. Ugh. So yes, election in Canada coming up in the very near future. It would have come up in the future, but now it's like the very near future. There was going to be one this year anyway. It's just being moved up a bit because Justin Trudeau has resigned, but he's not resigned yet. He's going to resign. He's announced that he will resign as prime minister. So he is still technically prime minister right now. We still have a functional government. It's just nothing is happening in parliament at this moment. But he's been still semi-quiet on a lot of the big news stories of the day, such as, Trump threatening the tariffs and whatnot. And he finally, back last year, there was those pictures of him going around at Mar-a-Lago trying to talk to Donald Trump and being all conciliatory, congeniality. There's words in my brain. This always happens later in my live streams. I should probably cover the more, dense stories earlier in the live stream because of this. It's not congeal. That is like a totally different word. That's what I'm thinking. So he went down to Mar-a-Lago to, try to make friends with Donald Trump, which, it didn't play well considering that there was Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, who was actually being strong on the issue. And so then everything got preoccupied with the whole resignation thing and what was happening in his own government, that there wasn't too many more comments on it. But now that Justin Trudeau is officially stepping down, he's starting to grow a little bit more strong in his opposition, getting a little bit more bones. So he tweeted out, not a snowball's chance in hell, Canada will ever be the 51st state, which was just super campy and too little too late. Well, there's more too little too late, as he's finally gone on to CNN after Doug Ford has already done the circuit. Doug Ford has already been on like half a dozen, at a minimum, news organizations pushing back against Donald Trump. This is the first time Justin Trudeau has gone on, but that's because he was in the area anyway, because of the funeral for Carter in the United States. And so then he stopped by CNN to talk about some things. So we're starting this just a couple minutes into the 10-minute long video because the first things are just like, ooh, wildfires in LA are bad. And yeah, I was at the funeral. And then we get more into the Canadian issues of the day.
President-elect Trump has been needling you a bit, calling you Governor Trudeau, talking about making Canada the 51st state. Did you have any interaction with him today?
No, not today. But that's not going to happen. Canadians are incredibly proud of being Canadian. One of the ways we define ourselves most easily is, well, we're not American.
You know how I'm Canadian? It's because I'm not American. That's how you know I'm Canadian. Because I don't identify as American. That was so bad. That was so bad. He said that on CNN. You know, the way that Canadians like to define ourselves is we're not Americans. Yeah, we're not those people. We're something else. What was that? What was that? You know? Everyone in the sandbox, you know, the only reason why all of you out there know I'm Canadian is because I'm covering Canadian politics and not American politics because, you know, I'm not American. That's how you know I'm Canadian. There's so many other things he could have said there. So many other things. Hey, Soul Life, I see that. You'll be American after Trump takes you. I don't think so. I don't think so.
There is such a depth of pride that that's not actually an issue. What I think is happening in this is President Trump, who's a very skillful negotiator, is getting people to be somewhat distracted by that.
But is he? Is he a skillful negotiator? Or is he just a demanding crybaby?
Conversation to take away from the conversation around 25% tariffs on oil and gas and electricity and steel and aluminum and lumber and concrete and everything the American consumers buy from Canada is suddenly going to get a lot more expensive if he moves forward on these tariffs. And that's something that I think we need to be focusing on a little bit more.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump and this more direct confrontation with Canada over this issue play any...
Did I change that? This is actually at 1.25 speed. Just so people know, this is slightly sped up. And they just kind of sound normal.
Role at all in your decision to resign as leader of your party and prime minister?
No, on the contrary. What we were able to do during the first presidency of Mr. Trump's was work together in a very challenging situation to come out with a very strong win-win in Canada-U.S. relations with the renegotiation of the USMCA. It is a great deal for both of our countries. We've seen trade grow, we've seen opportunities grow, we've seen wealth grow in both of our countries for workers, for businesses.
Yeah, like when all those people were saying like how much Justin Trudeau was not like Trump, like, you know, he's the Prime Minister of Canada because he's not the President of the United States. That's how it works. That is exactly how it works here. He was actually much more in line with a lot of the things that Trump wanted to do, like when it came to like international and trade and things of that sort. Like, yes, there was the tiff between them when Trump started to add tariffs on things and the retaliatory tariffs and stuff. But when it came to things like, you know, exporting weapons to Middle East or pipelines and things of that sort, they tended to get along really well.
Working together concretely is something that we've been able to do in the past, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with him for the next 2 months while I'm still in office.
Let's talk about this potential 25% tariff from the United States on Canada. Economists say that will drive the Canadian economy into a recession, and the Canadian government is preparing retaliatory tariffs if these actually go through. Which do you think would be potentially the most effective against the United States? I don't want them, by the way, just as an American, I don't want these tariffs, but minerals, energy?
You know, we don't want them either. We do.
I say we put tariffs on the right-wingers we export to the United States. How about that? Put tariffs on the right-wingers we export. Well, I guess we can't put tariffs on things we export. That doesn't work. But, you know, potentially that was going to be a just joke there that I totally ruined.
Do not want to see tariffs on our side. We do not want to see tariffs on your side. It's bad for people who have for generations made things together and been successful together to actually start creating barriers between economies like ours. Like, we have so many resources in Canada, more than our market can support, so we export them to our closest friend who can rely on them. It is a win-win for us. We would definitely respond, as we did years ago when President Trump put tariffs on steel and aluminum. We responded by putting tariffs on Heinz ketchup, on playing cards, on bourbon, on Harley Davidsons, on things that...
Did that just sound like he said he puts ketchup on playing cards? Like, I know we're bad for putting ketchup on a lot of things, but to put them on playing cards, that's a bit much. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting really weird. There's pros and cons to living, next to the United States. For Canada, the pros are we get to go down there when it's easy to travel there. The con is, we're neighbors to the United States. The pros for the United States are, it's easy for them to travel up here. And the cons for us is that it's easy for them to travel up here. That was a better joke in one video I did. I need to quote it exactly, but it was pretty good at the time. I think if I just left the Americans out of there, it was like, the pros and cons of living next to the United States or being neighbors to the United States. Pros, it's very easy for Canadians to travel there. Cons, it's very easy for Americans to travel up here. I think that was the joke. It wasn't on both sides. It was just that. It's a pretty good joke. Just saying, that was a good joke.
That would hurt American workers. But we don't want to do that because it drives up prices for Canadians and it harms our closest trading partner.
Is there nothing that Donald Trump is saying about trade status and relations right now where you think that he has a point? There's nothing you think that is unfair?
I mean, the conversation around tariffs started around border concerns. And what I spoke with him about in Mar-a-Lago was the fact that less than 1% of migrants into the United States, less than 1% of fentanyl into the United States comes from Canada. But there are absolutely more things we can do.
And you pledged $1 billion to enhance border security.
We're strengthening. That's a clear win for President Trump. It got us to do even more to reduce even further the minimal amounts coming in.
And we do know, I think everyone at least does know that most fentanyl that gets into the United States go through legal ports of entry. That is known, is it not, at this point? It's just never brought up in this context, but it is known, I hope.
On trade, there's more that we can do, but we should be focused on making sure that we're replacing Chinese lithium or Chinese germanium or Russian titanium into American productions by relying on your closest and friendliest trading partner in Canada. We can be a strong supplier of things that the U.S. needs to compete around the world because we can do it together. That's the argument.
Do you need more right-wingers to compete around the world? Because we have a whole bunch more we can export to you.
That I'm making.
So the struggle that you were
that and attractive Ryans for your movies.
Having domestically, your disapproval rating had to do with, as I understand it, discontent with your government because of high inflation and the economy, and also because of immigration policies. Those are also issues that the left-wing party in this country has faced a lot of disapproval of and just lost an election over. It seems like voters in both of these liberal democracies are sending a message to left-wing parties, liberal parties. We don't like how you're doing the economy when it comes to inflation. We don't like how you're doing immigration.
And we saw exactly what happened in the United States, and you said, you know what? We're going to do that too. That looks good. Why don't we give that a go? Not change anything, just do exactly what didn't work in the United States.
There are a lot of feelings involved. I mean, if you look at the actual numbers, inflation in Canada was lower, came down quicker. Our economy bounced back faster after the pandemic than anyone else's, including the United States. We're projected to grow faster than the United States and all other G7 countries next year. Our economy is doing very well. But when someone's paying $8 for a head of lettuce, it doesn't matter that you're doing better than they are in Spain or somewhere else. There's a sense that, okay.
Sorry, is it really $8 for a head of lettuce right now? Is that why I don't eat salads anymore? This is how bad it's been right now, is, when I go to a grocery store, I just avoid that section altogether. Produce. Fresh produce. I just avoid that section altogether because bang for the buck type thing. Well, I would like to have healthier foods, like fresh fruits and veggies. A cheap bag of chips will sustain me longer than an apple. Unfortunately.
Something's got to give. And that's where incumbents are in trouble everywhere everywhere around the world, not just in our two countries. The issue, though, is that in a time of crisis, responsible politics is around focusing on things that actually make a real difference in people's lives. We delivered $10 a day childcare. We're delivering a dental care program that provides free dental care to people who don't have coverage. We're moving forward on.
So that was $10 a day childcare to some people, not all people. That was dental care to some people, not all people who needed it. Because lots of people need it that don't get it. In fact, the majority, vast majority of people who need it haven't gotten it under the Liberals. But they like to take credit for it anyway, even though it was the NDP that pushed them to do it in the first place.
On putting a price on pollution that puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, of middle-class Canadians. These are policies that are not short-term. They're policies that will have a deep impact in the well-being of Canadians and of our country for years to come. Now, you can take those policies, like a childcare policy, and say, oh, see, that's just about wokeness and about women's rights. Well, no, it's about getting more women into the workforce at a time where we need economic growth. That's what it is. But when you get I was going to say conflagration, but at least an intersection of both right-wing policy, right-wing attacks and social media, you end up with a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and responsible governments have to stay focused on the policies that are making a difference, and that's what we've been doing.
I know you have.
Okay, just catching out that I was totally going to say that right. Just catching out the side of my eye. That's not how you say it. And now I can't remember. Oh my God. Being dyslexic and having this late night thing, just not go. Catching it out of the, I'm seeing it in my peripheral vision anyway. Just wanted to say, Bad Lefty, maybe in some airplane access only Arctic towns, talking about really, really high grocery prices, which is the case when you live in northern communities during the winter, where the only access is through planes for goods and services and stuff. Grocery prices are astronomically high, like in ways that I don't think a lot of people could understand. The Wild West says I get my salad for about $3. Be nice. And so Bad Lefty saying $10 a day daycare is amazing. So because you were asking about how does that work, or Jet, how does $10 a day cover childcare? It is for daycare. So some daycares can sign up for the program and they're funded by the government. And so they end up charging a person only $10 a day to have their child in that particular child daycare program. And then the government kind of flips the bill for the rest. So it's subsidized childcare. So the parent or parents only have to pay $10 a day. The problem is that the provinces also have to opt into it and accept that money from the federal government, which I think in Alberta, they just outright refuse because they don't want the federal government, the Liberals, to have a win. But that's why. That's how it kind of works. I know David Dole from the Rational National has personal experience with this and has been able to benefit from it, but it is limited. It's not like it's only for places that sign up only to a certain amount. So it's not like it's universal childcare for $10 a day, which, childcare should just be universally free to lessen the burden on the parents and the family.
You have to go before you go. I know you're not going to say who you want to succeed you, but whether it's Wayne Gretzky or Christina Friedland, what's your number one piece of advice for your successor when it comes to...
Jack Taper did a funny, Tapper, not Taper. It makes it really hard to clip these segments the later I go without me sounding really weird. Jake Tapper made a funny about... See your successor going to be Wayne Gretzky or Chrystia Freeland because, Donald Trump wants it to be Wayne Gretzky, even though Wayne Gretzky isn't a liberal because he's friends with Donald Trump.
President Trump.
Understand that the win-win is what we need. Making sure that everyone understands that we do better when we work together, that yes, the American president has a capacity to hurt the Canadian economy. There's no question about that. But anything an American president does to hurt the Canadian economy will also hurt American consumers, American workers, and American growth. We do better when we work together to take on the world, whether it's China or Russia or anywhere else. When we work together, we can't be stopped. And that's the focus that we need to have. And that's certainly what I continue to work on with President Trump.
Prime Minister Trudeau.
Okay, so in order to run for leadership of the Liberal Party, there's a certain time you have to be registered by the 27th of January. Now, I would like to run for leader of the Liberal Party, you know, make them go a little bit more leftwards. Like, I know I don't stand a chance of winning, but, you know, I could be a message candidate for the Liberal Party of Canada. Now, let's see if there's any barriers for me. Let's see. Don't autoplay, you're going autoplay.
And Jeremy Schroen.
Looking down at the title there. $350,000 fundraising threshold for a Liberal leadership race. So, between now and the 27th, I need a few more super chats. Just a few more so that I can reach that threshold of $350,000 so that I can run for the leadership of the Liberal Party. Because, you know, the way that, you know, a democracy works is that anyone has the potential to run for office. Anyone. It's barrier free, you know. Anyone can represent the people if you just have $350,000 lying around. We're not watching the full video here, but we'll get to the main part here. It's at the beginning.
Joins us now. And Jeremy Schroen joins us now from Ottawa with more on this, Jeremy. Some changes, interesting changes, and is this going to make it interesting as to who may run now because of that, especially that steep price there?
Yeah, Roger, definitely some interesting changes. The steep price point when it comes to fundraising, the fundraising threshold that has to be met, which, as you mentioned, goes up to $350,000, up from $75,000 the last time the Liberals were.
And this is why everyone in government is part of the 1%. This is why, you know, here in Ontario, you had leadership races for provincial parties. I think the entry fee was only $50,000 for that. And that's why both the Liberals and the NDP have two people that you can barely distinguish from one another because they're rich. You have to be rich. And when you're rich, you're part of an elitist group. And that's what they want. They want the elites in. So you're never going to see like a union representative, an average Joe, somebody who lives the experience, somebody who's actually struggling with those grocery prices, somebody who's actually precariously housed. You're never going to see an activist or an advocate run for leadership of a party because you have to have a whole fucking lot of money. Like I said, everyone in the sandbox right now. I think if you put through a super chat, so we have what? Watching right now, we have 28 people. So I expect all of you to pitch in over $100,000 each. Or no, over $10,000. I don't know if you can afford the over $100,000, by all means. But I expect everyone who's watching right now to pitch me over $10,000 so that I can run for the leadership. If you're really committed to my channel succeeding, if you're really committed for change in Canada, you got to do that. You got to commit. And this is what a lot of people don't know. It's like, even if for your local parties to be an MP, an MPP, to be a city councillor or a ward councillor, you have to have money up front. Like when we're going down to municipal levels, I think it's only $500 or $1,000, but still, if you're living with poverty, not that doable. And then the higher up you go, with the more power you would have and the more influence you have, the more expensive it gets. And of course, they have an absolutely legit reason for this.
ran a leadership race. The whole goal of this here is to try and dissuade not so serious people from running in this leadership race. It means if you're going to try and run here and have a shot at this, you have to be a serious candidate. 350.
So only serious people can raise $350,000. Is that it? Like those are the only, like it's just to, you know, filter out non-serious candidates. Of course, that's all it's about. It's not about the fundraising. It's about filtering out people who aren't serious. But there's lots of people who are serious that are being filtered out. And to some extent, they're trying to, you know, the whole foreign interference thing, they want to try to avoid that. But, you know, people who are doing the foreign interference, generally speaking, can afford it. How many millions were being spent on right-wing influencers from Tenet, from Russia? They could afford this. This is nothing to them. Like what? They were paying, Tenet Media was paying Tim Pool $100,000 for a video 4 times a month. So in 1 month, they paid more to Tim Pool than they would have to pay for someone to run as a leadership candidate. You're not filtering out the people you want us to believe you're filtering out with this.
$50,000 is no small amount of money, and the window to raise that money is very short. January 23rd is when potential candidates, have to have that fee, that money raised. So certainly the whole point is to make sure that only serious candidates are moving forward with this leadership race.
The point is to make sure that only candidates that we want in can make it, and they have done that before. Like, there have been absolutely serious candidates that the base wants, that they're popular and stuff, but then suddenly there's an increase in the rate that you have to be able to put forth before you can run as the candidate. Or, you know what, there was something a little bit funny about this fundraising. Like, I know you technically raised the $50,000 you needed in order to run for the leadership of the NDP in British Columbia, but we found this little inconsistency there, so we're not going to let it qualify.
Race. We know so far 2 names, Chandra Arya and Frank Baylis, 2 Liberal MPs, have said that they are going to run. That was before any of these details were announced last night. And of course, there are many other names that have been floated. People that have.
Okay, so we don't need to get into this part because we're going to get into this part. We don't need to watch this part of this video because we're going to get into some of the leadership contenders. And I do see as Scout is taken, I do read the chat, but I don't see all of the chat. Is reading the chat, but I wanted to explain something from the other day about Mexican government-run healthcare. Let me get through all of this and then start message me about that with nice little highlighted names, and I'll see what I can do about that. Okay. Oh, and the Wild West, thank you for your contribution towards my campaign run for leadership of the Liberal Party. You know, pitched in $1.49 towards that. We just need math. So 300,000 more of those super chats and we're all there. But also, your first super chat in a live stream? Wow. Super cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. With the little black cat in it. Okay, so if we go... I have to switch shots because it's a different layout, depending on which tabs I'm using. So Melanie Joly, the foreign affairs minister, was a name that was floated out there as being a strong contender for being one of the people in the race. Well, she has let people know, nah.
Well, over the last couple of days, I've had lots of good conversations with my team, with my key organizers. I've received a lot of support from across the country, and I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all these supporters. But essentially, I had to ask myself 2 questions. The first one is, Am I ready to be the first woman to lead the Liberal Party of Canada?
Not surprisingly, if you know the Liberal Party, but they're the only ones to not have had a female leader, I believe. Was that actually... Before I get all up on my high horse, women in Canadian politics. So we know the Green Party was the first woman to ever win leadership of a federal party was for the Green Party. Catherine, let's do this. So was the first woman for the Green Party, and Audrey McLaughlin for the New Democrat Party was the first woman to win leadership of a party with seats in the House of Commons. And that's Audrey there. No picture there. Canada has had one woman prime minister, Kim Campbell, but that was just for a few months because of basically this type of scenario that we're talking about right now, where the prime minister, Brian Mulroney, had to step down. So they had the interim prime minister, who was Kim Campbell, but there was an upcoming election because he had to stand down because there was going to be a vote of no confidence that he was definitely going to lose. So she won the leadership of the Progressive Conservatives at that time for that fill-in period. So, yeah. Serves as Deputy Prime Minister. The Conservatives had one. Four women, Deborah Gray, Nicole Turmoil, Rona Ambrose, and Candice Bergen, have all served as leaders of the official opposition. All women served as interim leaders of their parties during leadership campaigns. However, Gray was an acting leader of the official opposition. Oh, so, yeah. So I would imagine some of those were conservative. Which means that the Liberals are the only ones of the official parties to not have a woman. Yeah, and Candice Bergen, who served as interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada following resignation of Erin O'Toole. So even though a lot of the parties, the women who have been leaders were their glass cliff style, as in, we're about to lose, so let's put a woman in place. The Liberals are the only ones to have not done that. You know, for the party that loves to talk all about, you know, woman equality and that sort of thing. Funny enough, they haven't had a woman leader. And so, but the thing is that I also hate the I'm with her campaigning style that Hillary Clinton did. Like, it's time for a woman president and all that sort of stuff. Would I like to see a woman leader in all the parties and prime minister of the country that's actually elected in through a normal election type thing? Yeah, sure. Well overdue for that. But to elect a woman for the sake of electing a woman and not what she's qualified for or what she's doing, I find that irksome. And I felt a lot of that with the Hillary Clinton campaign was, no, it's just time for a woman. And the way that Melanie Joly is saying it here, I get that vibe where it's like, it's definitely time for a woman to lead the Liberal Party of Canada without, and I'm that woman. Like I get that vibe of it's so performative and there's no substance behind it. Anyway, back to this quick video.
And the answer is yes. And But essentially, I had to ask myself two questions. The first one is, am I ready to be the first woman to lead the Liberal Party of Canada? And the answer is yes. And am I ready, at the same time, to step away from my responsibilities as Minister of Foreign Affairs at a time where it is a crucial time in the Canada-US relationship? And the answer is no. And the reality is I can't do both. So I'm heading into the Canada-US committee.
I think she also knows that whoever does become the interim leader for the Liberal parties, their political career kind of ends after this. The next leader or interim leader of the Liberal Party, the Liberals are not winning this next election. And usually when there's an interim leader, that leader also goes down with the ship. And a lot of their primary involvement, like their prominence in politics, drops drastically after that. So if you want to potentially be a leader later on to run for prime minister, now is not a good time for that. But let's go here. So another name that has been kind of put out there is Christy Clark. And so Peter Julian, an NDP MP, is just saying, what terrific journalism. Reminder, CBC has won literally hundreds of awards nationally and internationally for quality of its journalism. Journalists and journalism. Pierre Poilievre, who is so weak he refuses to be questioned by real journalists, wants to completely destroy CBC. So he's actually putting in a little bit more layered substance to his tweet here. But here we have, so Christy Clark, she used to be, I believe, the leader of the Liberal Party in BC, but they don't have a strong connection with the federal Liberal Party, and then they dissolved and basically became the Conservatives, and then basically became the ultra-conservatives that was up against the NDP provincially in this past British Columbia election. And they get a little bit into this. And so they're talking about, like, why is she running to become leader of the Liberal Party? Like, really? Really? Her?
Going to begin, though, with some developments on one of the big names that may be about to get into the Liberal leadership race, former British Columbia Premier Christy Clark. Now, one of the criticisms of Clark's potential leadership bid from other Liberals is that she joined the Conservatives to vote for Jean Charest in the leadership race won by Pierre Poilievre. Well, my colleague Catherine Cullen, the host of CBC's podcast The House, asked Clark about this today, and Catherine joins me now. Catherine, what did Christy Clark say when you asked her about this?
Yeah, David, the discussion really took a bit of an interesting turn here, and just to make sure folks are following along with us, Christy Clark has described herself for years as a lifelong federal Liberal. When she was Premier of British Columbia, yes, she was a BC Liberal, but just so everyone understands, the BC Liberals not affiliated with the federal Liberals. They were a bit of a different political beast, a bit more to the right. And in order to vote in the Conservative leadership race, you have to renounce any other membership, right? You can't be a member of another party. So despite being lifelong, she couldn't have been a federal Liberal if she was voting in this race, where she very publicly endorsed Jean Charest. So I had questions about how long this period of her life lasted. Let's listen to our exchange.
Now, it's not terribly uncommon, unfortunately. After somebody has been like in leadership position or with a party, after they've lost their election or, after they've lost their election or something, to then try to move to another party. And it's usually, there's a lot of crossover between Liberals and Conservatives. So if somebody tries to become a candidate in the Conservative Party and they don't make it, they'll try to become a candidate in the Liberal Party. Not terribly uncommon. And also another direction it tends to go is NDP. So somebody who was like an NDP leader, I forget his name off the top of my head, he then became an outright Liberal. So it's usually, it'll shift from the NDP down a line to the Liberals, but then between the Liberals and the Conservatives, there's just lots of mix in there because those two parties, not as different as people seem to think they are. And like with Christy Clark, who the Liberal of the NDP in BC, then became the Conservatives, then became the ultra-conservatives. Again, not that much crossover.
You have called yourself a lifelong Liberal, but you voted in the last federal Conservative leadership race. That would have required you to cancel your Liberal Party membership in order to join the Conservative Party.
Lifelong Liberal, except for when you were Conservative.
How long were you a member of the Conservative Party, Christy Clark?
Never.
But you voted in the race, did you not?
No, I didn't. And I never got a membership, and I never got a ballot. What I did, though,
I will say, Christy Clark, we reached out to the Conservative Party, who told us, in fact, that your membership was canceled.
Oh, well, why don't they come out and show my membership or my ballot? They never sent me any of those, although I wouldn't put it past them to manufacture one of them.
So I just called you out on a lie, and now you're just saying that it was manufactured by the Conservative Party. This is what good journalism does, is really catch these politicians in their lies. And that's what she did. You know, it's like, no, you had a ballot. Oh, well, then it must have been just made up. It was just the Conservatives trying to make me look bad.
Wow. We're going to get to that, come out and show it in a second. But I also, in regards to this interview, David, she went on to say in the interview that she called the Conservative Party numerous times to ask where her ballot was. And I said, well, wouldn't you have to be a member in order to expect a ballot from them? I asked if she canceled her Liberal Party membership. She said no. Her team now says that she was, in fact, not a registered Liberal when she supported Jean Charest.
Okay. So, just, all right. I'm a little, if people have been following the Christy Clark political saga may be confused, because this does not align with what she has said repeatedly in the past.
So there was media reporting at the time. It's paraphrasing of her where she repeatedly says, I have my ballot, I'm excited to vote for Jean Charest, et cetera, et cetera. There is, of course, also tape of her at the time talking about her support of Jean Charest. So let's listen to a bit of that.
Even with all these examples of Justin Trudeau moving the federal Liberal Party to the left, it has got to be a big step for you to join the Conservatives. Why did you do it?
Because I think that we need a lead. There is only one leader who's running for office right now who is going to be able to unite the country, I think, and who's going to bring a moderate.
Conservative Journal of Canada right in the corner, too. Credit Facebook, Conservative Journal of Canada. What a blatant lie. She doesn't stand a chance of actually winning the Liberal leadership. I just want to make that clear. But again, this is the caliber of person trying to, which says a lot, actually, that they even think they have a chance to the point that they're willing to, get enough $350,000 in donations, which means she's probably already well off.
And a willingness to talk to the people with whom he disagrees, and that's Jean Charest. I'm joining the party so that I could support my friend, Mr. Charest, and what I think he can bring to the national dialogue. I mean, I do think he'd be a devastating opponent for Mr. Trudeau.
Now, in that interview with me, David, she said, well, they should prove it. We reached out to the Conservative Party of Canada, who sent us an image of the proof of her membership purchase from their data management system. It seems to suggest that she was a Conservative Party member for over a year. They also sent a little statement along in which they refer to Clark's kickoff to her leadership campaign, saying it is about misleading not just Liberals, but Canadians.
I mean, I've got a Canadian Press article here from August 11th, 2022. Speaking Wednesday, Clark said she recently received her ballot in the mail and will vote in the contest. Quote, I think Jean Charest would be a fantastic prime minister. So, okay, this is it. All right, so that's the past. There is this future race. I mean, she's going to have to explain this to Liberals, but how does she plan to sell herself to Liberals as a potential leader should she go ahead and make the plunge?
Yeah, and it's interesting. This is actually the first interview she's given since the Prime Minister resigned. Right. She says she's seriously thinking about running. She certainly sounded like she was campaigning. David, a couple of policy points that came out in this. She said she would cancel what she called the Trudeau carbon tax, saying it was different than what they did provincially in British Columbia and that the plan needed to be scrapped. We also, I talked to her about how would she go about driving emissions down. She said a plan was coming in that regard. Other big issue, as you can imagine, that we talked about is Donald Trump, because of course that is going to hang over Canadian politics, the Liberal leadership race. She argues that she is best positioned to take on Donald Trump because she has so much experience in office. She also said it is important that Canada not, in her words, fold like a cheap suit in the face of Donald Trump's threats around tariffs and also becoming a 51st state, which she said, that's clearly not a joke.
Okay, Catherine, that's not what I expected when you said you were interviewing Christy Clark today, but thanks for being here. CBC's Catherine Cullen. Okay, so
we can count that likely potential person to step forward to not. If she does, then she stands not a snowball's chance in hell of winning. Well, somebody else, there is actually somebody who has put their hat in the ring. I don't know how to say his name, but this guy has been an MP for 10 years and is completely clueless when he thinks he can just haggle it away. No, I don't like that phrase. Anyway, this is the important part. Who this tweet is from, I don't care. This is the important part right here.
how's your French?
No.
No? No French?
No French.
Okay, the Liberal Party of Canada is the party of official bilingualism. It's going to be a tough one. I don't speak French either, so
The point is that whether the Quebecers or English Canadians, it's not the language that matters, it's what is that they deliver to them.
But the language matters very much in Quebec.
No.
How's your French?
How's your French? Nope. Chandra Airy, I don't know how to say that name. Preferred language, English, French. Personally, I don't think our leaders, the prime ministers, absolutely must be bilingual. I don't believe that's a thing because, some people can have learning disabilities and it doesn't matter how hard they try, they will never learn a second language. Or sometimes they might know multiple languages, but one of them might not be English and one of them might not be French, but they know like 5 other languages or something. I don't think it should be that important. But as the reporter there stipulated, people in Quebec, they're very sensitive about that sort of thing. Like, remember before when I was talking about the notwithstanding clause and how that gets used? Well, it's been used in Quebec around language laws. They are very, very strict about their French. That's why I mentioned earlier, a lot of retail chains have a hard time opening shop there. The way that you're allowed to advertise in Quebec has to be bilingual. All the packaging has to be in French and English, and the French has to be more prominent by a certain percentage point. And they are very militant about their language laws in Quebec. Like, everyone's like, ooh, language laws that Jordan Peterson are all upset about. Like, no. There are actual language laws in Canada, but they're all in Quebec. Very, very, there's a lot of animosity sometimes between Anglophones and Francophones in certain areas in Quebec, outside of Quebec, because of issues around culture and things of that sort. But in Quebec itself, very, very, very strong towards the French. And so if you are going to be prime minister, you do need to be able to speak French and English. And here's part of the reason why. Like, it's not just about, oh, well, who cares? It's Quebec. You got to care because if we scroll down here, this is House of Commons of Canada. If we scroll down here, 78 of the 338 seats are in Quebec. So in order to become prime minister in this country, you have to have 170 seats, your party, to have a majority government. You don't need 170 to form a minority government, but to get a majority government, you need 170 seats. See how that math works out? You need to win a good chunk of Quebec. You need to win a bigger chunk of Ontario. If you want to actually have, like, between these two provinces alone, if they voted one way, it would rule out every other province. You need to have French. So is this guy going to be an actual realistic candidate for the leadership race of for the Liberals? No. If you don't learn French, you don't get to become prime minister. Now, I came across this video of somebody else pitching out, like, I have an idea for the liberal leader, for who could win that. I have a brilliant idea. And this is totally checks out. And I've featured his videos a few times before, Frank Dominic. And sometimes I'm in agreement with his videos and sometimes I'm not. Because he's very, I get a very centrist vibe from him, a liberal centrist vibe from him. And so, like I said, sometimes I agree with his videos. Sometimes I don't. This is one of those instances where I don't. And he's quote tweeting himself saying, leftists are ratioing me on this post, but won't accept that there was a huge overlap in voters who voted for Trudeau and Ford multiple times. Wait, what? What are you getting at here? He says, I think the only Canadian politician who could take over the Liberal leadership and beat Pierre Poilievre in the next election is Doug Ford.
With the Liberal era of Chrétien, who should be the next leader of the Federal Liberal Party and why should it be Doug Ford? Okay, hear me out. Regardless of how educated...
To be fair, I did hear him out. Don't agree.
Or qualified Carney and Freeland are, right now they do have the association with Trudeau. And Ford is not really associated with Pierre because they are fundamentally different types of conservatives. If anything, Ford's type of conservatism is more aligned with the Liberal era of Chrétien and Martin than it is with the modern era of Scheer and O'Toole and Poilievre. And I think that there are a lot of Canadians out there who would want to vote for the Liberal Party if it reminds them of the Liberal Party before Trudeau took over, regardless of whether or not Trudeau did a good or bad job. This is not about that. Because this is about what type of political messaging could result in Pierre not winning the next election, and I don't think that Carney or Freeland are going to be able to do that in this election cycle. I think that the only Canadian politician who would be capable of doing that under the Liberal banner is Doug Ford. There are a lot of Ontario voters who would vote for Doug Ford even as a Liberal, and it gets him out of Ontario politics, which is a good thing for all of us. I'm not saying he'd be a good Prime Minister, I'm just saying he'd be better than Pierre, and he kind of aligns with the old school Liberals. Who should be the next leader of the Federal Liberal Party, and why should it be?
So I disagree that it should be Doug Ford. For one thing, I disagree he would be better than Pierre Poilievre. I'm pretty sure Frank lives in Ontario. You know what's happened in this province, right? The way that the unhoused crisis has exploded. The way it's exploded. The amount of social murder Doug Ford has been responsible for. The amount of privatization he's been doing. Selling off the Greenbelt. The scandals he's involved with. Like, Pierre Poilievre, probably issues when it comes to foreign interference and whatnot. But my read on him, nowhere near as responsible for as many scandals as Doug Ford. Like, not even remotely in the ballpark close. Doug Ford would sell out this country in a heartbeat. Like, yeah, sure. And this is, again, part of the problem with right now, people are liking Doug Ford because he's looking strong towards Donald Trump. And that's it. There's this underlining pride in Canada that because Doug Ford is standing up for Canadians and saying, no way are we going to be the 51st state. And he's going on his little tour to all the American news networks. That suddenly, you know what? That Doug Ford guy, kind of good. No, he is not. No, oh my God, no, he's not. There are other Liberals that could pull it off. But the trick is, and this is where, okay, there might be a slim line of agreement. In order to win as a Liberal and actually stand a chance against Poilievre, you have to convince the public that you're not going to be your standard Liberal. That does not mean going back to a very ultra-conservative version of Liberals. It means you have to lean more progressive Liberal. You know, actually be what Justin Trudeau pretended to be. Be more progressive. Say, you know what, we're actually going to get that dental care through. Not, you know what, we're going to privatize everything. wow, no, not this. And I get that there was overlap between Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford, and there has even been the rare occasion where they kind of get along. That doesn't mean Doug Ford would make a good Liberal candidate. And the thing is, yeah, you know what? I think he could actually beat Pierre Poilievre because Doug Ford is much more likable than Pierre Poilievre. Doug Ford has much more of a, he can work a crowd. He's much more charismatic. People just tend to like him more, even though he's a horrible human being. So yeah, technically speaking, he could probably win against Pierre Poilievre, but he'd be just as bad or worse. Like that's not an improvement. And all it would do is make the Liberal Party is like, so you're just right of center? Let's just move you all the way to the right. Like that's all it would do. It would just take the Liberal Party and make it full-fledged a conservative, borderline right-wing party. That's all that would do. Just really not a great take there. Not, no, And this is where, there's a bit of like, oh, did Frank just read this article? Former PN Chrétien says Liberal Party must move back to radical center. So you read this article, huh? As the Liberal Party searches for a new leader, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien says it's time for the party to move back to the radical center to help electoral fortunes. We saw this play out in the States. How'd that work out? It didn't. You need somebody to be boldly progressive, to be more center even at this point. Not radically center. What he means by radical center is to be, no, you should agree with the conservatives on a lot of things and then just be strong, act strong. And again, that's why a lot of people like Jean Chrétien is back when the United States was invading Iraq. Jean Chrétien got up on stage and said, "We are not going to go with the Americans to Iraq. No, we are Canadian. We don't do that." We did, just not boots on the ground. Just saying. We were there as, consultants and trainee people to train and all that. We were there, just not boots on the ground. Yeah. Moving to the radical center. Not a good move for the Liberals if they want to win. Because at that point, why bother voting for the Liberals? You just vote for Conservative at that point. But let's see. It is a fundamental condition for the party to come back to the radical center. As I used to say, because it is what has been the Liberal Party all along, Chrétien said in an exclusive interview with CTV Question Period. Following months of political turmoil and pressure from his caucus to oust him, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced on Monday that he is resigning as the leader once a successor is selected. The party is a new leader will be picked on March 9th. Yeah, I don't know why I'm going to Quebecois accent there. That's all I can think of when I think about Jean Chrétien. That and the whole referendum for Quebec to remain part of Canada happened while he was Prime Minister of the country. Chrétien served as Prime Minister for a decade and near the end of his tenure experienced a similar political pressure to Trudeau after losing majority of caucus support and in-party rivalry with his finance minister, Paul Martin. Chrétien announced in August 2002 that he would resign in February, but the position proved to be untenable. He eventually stepped down in December 2003, handing over his power to Martin. Asked whether Trudeau waited too long to leave, Chrétien said it was his privilege to decide when to step aside. He could have stayed, of course. He was facing some turbulence, and it's happening all the time. It's in politics. It's like that, Chrétien said. Despite the latest turmoil, Cochrane commended Trudeau's time as Prime Minister, saying he served well. He was great for the Liberal Party. He took us into third position and he won the election for us, Cochrane said, adding, he's done something that nobody else has ever been able to do. Usually minority governments never survive more than 2 years and a half. Now he's in 4th year. It's unique. Cochrane, also, if you start digging into the actual history of our prime ministers and stuff like that, horrible, horrible person. Horrible person. Well, we actually have something from Jugmeat now. So he's making comments about, you know, who should be the next person to run for prime minister. So not just Liberal leader, but to run for prime minister. So I'm issuing a challenge today for anyone running to be prime minister. So that's basically anyone who wants to be the Liberal leader. I've committed that Canada would respond to Trump's threats with retaliatory tariffs. That's how you respond to a bully with strength. You fight fire with fire to protect Canada, workers, and their jobs. So he's actually finally, again, too little too late, pushing back against Donald Trump. Like, it only took Jagmeet Singh about a year, I think, to forcefully say anything about what was happening in Gaza. So it doesn't surprise me that's only taken him this long to mention anything about the tariffs in any meaningful kind of public, like, oh, we actually noticed you way.
Donald Trump is acting more like an internet troll than a president of the United States. I don't think that's the way you act as a president, and it's certainly not the way you interact with other countries. But as I mentioned, I've dealt with bullies throughout my life, and I know what it's like. Even if you're the smaller guy, even if you're outnumbered, you got to make it not worth the bully's while. Bullies only understand strength. They only understand strength and pain. So you have to make sure you're standing up and showing that if you want to take that decision to fight with us, to pick a fight with us, it's going to hurt you too. And so I want to issue a challenge actually on your show today. For anyone that's running for prime minister, I've committed that Canada would respond with retaliatory tariffs.
The thing is that Justin Trudeau basically already said that's what they would do because that's what they did last time.
If Trump imposes tariffs on Canada, we should respond with tariffs. That's how you respond to a bully. You got to respond with strength. So my challenge is for anyone else out there who's running to become prime minister, I want you to also commit so that Donald Trump knows that anyone in Canada who gets that position will respond with a tariff, with tariffs in kind, fighting fire with fire, showing that we're ready to stand up to a bully. You know, Donald Trump.
You see, there really should be a leadership race right now with the NDP. And whoever it is needs to come out as boldly progressive, like unabashedly progressive. Now, one might think that it's too late in the game to have like a leadership change. And like, again, I don't think the Liberals stand any chance of winning no matter who's in their leadership position at that time. The NDP could. They could come around and they can win. But they need somebody at the top who is boldly, loudly, and proudly progressive to really just come out there strong. And the thing is that I know that in a very short period of time, a leadership race can happen and that person can go on to become the leader of the party or province, or potentially the leader of the country. Why? Because Doug Ford actually did do that. So Doug Ford, he got into the leadership race for the Conservative Party provincially back in 2018. So following the sudden resignation of Patrick Brown on January 25th, 2018, the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario announced a new leader would need to be chosen before the 2018 Ontario general election. So this happened in January that they stepped down. So that's when the leadership race would have started for an election that was being held 6 months later. On January 31st, 2018, Ford announced he would seek the PC nomination in Etobicoke North and ran for the seat in 2018 election. He was one of the 4 official candidates running for the PC leadership, along with who cares. He promised to do a whole bunch of things that he later lied about and didn't do, and had, backroom deals with those political elites that he's railing against, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, back here. In March 2018, the Liberals tabled the pre-election budget, general election. No, let's just skip down to Premier of Ontario. Ford was sworn in as Premier on June 29th, 2018. So he started to run for party January 31st, and 6 months later became the Premier of the province. We could have a federal party win, that is the NDP, but not with Jagmeet Singh. He doesn't have the juice, as they say these days. It needs to be somebody else who is boldly, proudly progressive. Like just unabashedly progressive. Populist progressive even. Because Doug Ford won being a populist conservative. That's what we need. That's what we need right now. And it could happen. It could be done. But Jagmeet would actually have to, concede to that. Unfortunately, it won't be till after the election before he finally realizes, you know what, after these past few elections and the needle not moving whatsoever with the NDP, probably time for me to step down. Going to wait till after the election. And speaking of elections, yeah, we're probably going to get one here in Ontario a year early. Oh. So this is from Colin DeMello. Was it a sign an early election is on the horizon? Talking about Ontario. After Premier Ford spoke at of a new mandate to respond to Trump's tariffs, some political parties are speeding up their timelines, worried that a snap vote is imminent. Imminent. I should not do live streams this long, this late.
As Canada grapples with an impending economic crisis, Premier Doug Ford is warning Ontario will get the brunt of American tariffs.
Ontario is going to get hit the hardest, bar none, over anyone. And it's my job as Premier to protect the industries, to protect jobs in Ontario.
The Premier is now promising to inject
so many jobs have been lost because of Doug Ford. It's ridiculous. Like, he totally did not do anything positive that he said he was going to do.
Tens of billions of dollars into the provincial economy to counter the effects of Trump's tariffs. But Ford also appears to be charting a course for an early election. The Premier says his government doesn't have the mandate to spend that kind of money, raising questions about how he intends to get that mandate.
Does that mean that you are setting the stage for a potential early election as early as February?
No, I'm not saying that, Colin. I need a mandate from the people similar to the pandemic. Let's see what happens. Let's see how long these tariffs are in place.
He basically wants to see like who the next Liberal leader is going to be when the election is actually going to be held, so that he can align it for whatever reason before or after the federal election, and so that he knows what kind of slogans he should come up against, what kind of attack ads he should come up with, depending if Donald Trump actually goes through with the tariffs versus, who the Liberal leader is versus if Pierre Poilievre gets into power and all that sort of stuff. He's strategizing, but he definitely, I think, feels that there's a lot of value of doing it this year.
For months on end, Ontario's progressive Conservatives have been preparing for an early election, ordering cabinet ministers to raise funds, appointing candidates, and crafting policy designed to win over voters. The threat of American tariffs has also boosted the premier's popularity as he plays an outsized role.
We have Donald Trump coming into office really soon, and we don't have Captain Canada. And to be honest, I think the closest person to Captain Canada has been Doug Ford.
At Queen's Park, political critics are questioning the premier's logic.
Explain to me why we need an election. He's done everything with consensus, within his party, with the majority that he has. He doesn't need an election.
While some believe calling an election during a potential crisis could cause further instability, others say their parties will be prepared.
We're not going to let him get away with that because we think that what's at stake is absolutely critical to who we are as Ontarians and to our future, especially when we're staring down a bully like Donald Trump.
Given multiple opportunities this week, the premier has yet to rule out an election in 2025, more than a year ahead of schedule.
Sorry, I really don't like eating in front of the camera and stuff, but I have some chocolate here and I kind of really need it right now. And elections matter. They matter so much. And so what we see happening down in the States absolutely could happen up here. And what are we seeing happening down in the States? I caught this. From the serfs, every cis LGBTQ plus person who thought they were safe throwing trans people under the bus because the right is hyper obsessed with them should be ashamed of themselves. We're not free until all are is said for a reason. And this was from No Live with Brian Taylor Cohen. Idaho Republicans just introduced a resolution calling on the Supreme Court to overturn marriage equality. They are asking the right-wing majority to reinstate natural definition of marriage, calling gay couples illegitimate. This type of thing will absolutely happen in Canada. Why? Because it already is. We already see it happening with conservative provincial governments. We already hear it in the rhetoric of Pierre Poilievre. This type of thing absolutely can happen here in Canada. Elections have consequences. So we need to do what we can when we can to make sure that conservatives, Republicans don't win. Oh, okay. That's it. That's it. I am done. I am done. I'm done. Okay, come here. Come on. Everyone wants to see you. Lanier. Say hi to everyone, Lanier. Give me little kisses. Give me little kisses. He doesn't like it when I kiss him, though. So I don't. Try my best to remember not to. But he gives me little kisses. He loves his back scratches. Down you go. Come on. Down you go. Down you go. Down. No. There you go. Okay. Let's check the sandbox. And remember, on Tuesday at 8 p.m. ish, Boston Brian will be on my show. I've learned a little bit about him since I saw Ben Dixon on his show. Watched more of his content, got a better feel for who he is, and I think I have some things planned that I think will make for a very interesting conversation, especially after watching him today with the Vanguard on his show. There were some things said that I'm like, huh. Huh. Okay. So, well, I've scrolled up as high as I can scroll up. And that's where I see the Wild West celebrating their first super chat, which we saw. $1.49, thank you. So I just need 300,000 more of those, and then I can run for leadership of the Federal Liberal Party. Let's see. Rachel Atwood says, I keep nudging Turn Left to consider having Sandy on as a guest to discuss Canadian healthcare and economics, and then a little bit particularly to talk about MAID. I'd love to be on more shows to talk about that because I'm super concerned about it and I know a fair bit about it. Because it's a very, it's a complex situation and there's no easy answers to some of the things. Because I am for medical assistance in dying, dignity in dying. The way this country is doing it, pretty horrific. But Bad Lefty says there would be many famous Sandy eyebrow raises. As Scout is taken, AMLO took 3 billion, I guess, Mexican dollars from the budget for hospital supplies and similar number from the budget for fixing expensive hospital equipment to move the money to his cash transfer programs. I IM'd you about, and then Rachel Atwood says, I IM'd you about this a while back, FYI. Oh, talking about trying to get me onto the other show. Well, I really appreciate it. It does take, I don't necessarily have the connections to reach people. And it's still hard breaking through the noise. So if you're regular in other people's chats, ones that maybe the hosts are familiar with, then, and if you say that they should have me on their shows, then I stand a better chance of actually getting on there. But where did you IM me? Was it on Twitter, Instagram? Because I can't remember off the top of my head if I saw it. Rachel Atwood. It's like rain on your wedding day. It's the free ride when you're already late. It's the good advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought it figures? Rachel Atwood. Are Quebecois overrepresented among Liberals? No. Because they have the Bloc Québécois party. Also, there was an orange wave there once upon a time when the Liberals were very much out of favor, and the Bloc Québécois has also been the official opposition at one point. So I think since they have that option, they don't align terribly much with the Conservatives or the Liberals. I don't know why you guys were suddenly like quoting Alanis Morissette songs. As Scout is saying, by the way, have you read the WVMP radio series? It's about vampires with OCD that can't adapt to modern world, and they were turned in the 1970s. I haven't heard about that, but it seems interesting. I think in the end, all vampires would turn out to be autistic. Neurodivergent in general. But it's like, I gotta bite you on both sides of the neck. I'm just saying, like, I have to balance that out. I can't just bite on one side, I have to bite on both sides. You know, it has to be balanced. I have pierogies I could have. Because like I said, I had a bit of a snack. But I didn't have like a real meal before this. And I have pierogies, and I make them in the worst possible way. Like, it's probably, if I were to tell you guys how I actually make my pierogies, you get all mad and say, you're not supposed to cook them like that. But you know what? It works. It works. It works. And it doesn't take that long. But you'd probably be horrified if you found out how I make them. I don't know. That's why there's a lot of things I don't like getting into, like personal things where people are like, oh, how dare you do blank like blank? Where it's like, well, chances are lots of people do blank like blank, but they don't mention it publicly because of blankety blank 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 people. But I could have pierogies after this. It's like I said, it's not that hard to make them up. And I need to go through my sour cream while it's still good. Rachel Atwood, will Avery Lewis have a snowball chance in hell of winning if he runs for MP again? Doppelganger showed an autopsy of odious challenges he faced last time. I have no idea. I know who he is. I know who you're talking about. But when it comes to like individual races and stuff like that, I might not be all that read up depending on where they are, who they are, and that sort of thing. So I don't know about him specifically. Bad Lefty, she knew this clip was out there. Why lie about Christy Clark? Yeah, this is so like, you know it's there. You know it's there. Like when I do my TYT video, Jank trying to say, well, I've never really called Trump a fascist. Oh, yes, you have. Multiple times. And then when he says, well, I guess since you say that has a clip, then it must be out there. But, you know, I wasn't being, I was, what was the word he used? Like he was exaggerating or something. And it's like, no, mm-mm. So many clips like that. Bad Lefty, like Sandy said, swapping parties in common in Canada. Mm-hmm. Melanie Lunabelle, PP would nail Christy Clark about having Soji introduced into the BC curriculum, aka woke. Ha ha ha, yeah. Bad Lefty, we have Irish speaking areas, but basically everyone speaks English. You mean Irish isn't English speaking? There's an Irish language? Rachel Atwood, even in Montreal, I was deferential by default. Though the city is majority Anglophone, it just made sense to be extra apologetic. Yeah, there are parts in Quebec that you can go where you can speak English and get by fine. And that's why you hear my intro, the way that I say it is, that's also how, like, when you go into a retail store, they'll greet you. They'll say, hello, bonjour. And that's a way of basically asking you, what language am I talking to you in? But it's quite common, you know, if you call for service, if you walk into a retail store, if you have a wait staff, they'll say hello, bonjour. So you can generally get by, but I would like to have at least a working knowledge of French, even if I were to live in a very English part of Quebec, just because, well, I would also just like to have a working knowledge of French. I'd love to be bilingual. Angela W. Oh my God, Doug Ford. Ew, David. That wasn't David. That was Frank Dominic. The Wild West. What the actual Toronto brain rot? Yeah. Let's see. So a scout is taken. Oh, I just remembered one of your hobby horses. Have you heard of LSE study that debunks tax cuts for the rich? Look it up. LSE tax cuts for the rich. Oh, just remembered one of my hobby horses. Okay. I don't know that one. LSE tax cuts. London School of Economics. Yeah, they went back 5 decades looking for evidence that tax cuts for the rich never helped the economy, and there was nothing. No, you just need to watch a lot of Majority Report to know that too. Because Sam goes into detail about, when the tax bracket or something was a lot more different back in the 60s and stuff. That's when they had the biggest boom, when they were taxed the highest, and then you start cutting taxes, the economy starts to sink, and it doesn't help the way that conservatives and Republicans want to say it does. All it does is make rich people richer. Jet, is it bad to say Doug Ford makes me think he's what an anthropomorphized chicken McNugget would look like? I can kind of see it. Let's see. How old is who? This feels racist to Canadians. LOL. What are you guys talking about? Oh, is that the ketchup thing? Ugh, pepper with steak? Ugh, what? No. No idea what you guys are talking about. Okay. Out of context, Soul Life, that one message of yours, I can't use it without the rubber. Kind of sounds dirty. Rachel Atwood, Radical Center reminds me of Alt Center. Both are useless and meaningless terms. Yeah. Oh, good. Soul Life found his rubber. The Wild West, I just feel like Jugmeat is always holding back now. Yeah. Angela W., I thought bullies just need a hug. Depends on where they are in their life cycle of bullying. When they're younger, it's kids. It might work. And it's probably what they need. But when they've become adults, it's kind of cemented in. And eventually a hug might help, but it takes a lot more work than just that. But, I believe in rehabilitation, so just because a bully doesn't always mean a bully. Melanie Lunabelle, cattail spotted. Yes, I have Lanier on my lap right now, and he is very adorable. Like I said, he likes to spend a certain amount of time of the day. I don't know. He likes to sleep on my lap. And sometimes it works when I'm not doing much. But other times, like right now, it's a little bit more difficult because I'm working. Looney Tunes, thank you for finally coming out. You seem to only come out now when people are mocking you for not being here when the live streams go long. It's not like we're going to get to 6 hours. We're definitely not going to get to 6 hours. The Wild West, yes, NDP get a new leader. They need someone with guts who isn't fighting for the center. Let's see. Let's see. John Davis, 90 minutes to go. Not gonna happen. I'm losing steam. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. I'm like, what are the words to that song actually? Since Looney Tunes 9000 decided to pop that into the sandbox. People seeing Lanier. Oh, it jumped. Where were we? There we go. This is probably like the most boring part of the day for you guys, just watching me look at chat to be like, what should I say anything to? Because I have to find comments where I know, like, I know what you guys are talking about. Let's see. What new show? What new show? Oh, Angela W. Also, Sandy needs to watch Schitt's Creek. And B-Cat saying Angela is right. That's the only new show I've watched in the last 6 years, and it's pretty brilliant. I know of it, haven't seen it. A scout is taken. Fun fact, white supremacists don't understand Polish jokes were designed to trick people into believing Poles aren't real white people. I have no idea what that means. Who's yelling Jessica for why? I don't think I've seen a Jessica in the sandbox. But Soul Life is yelling Jessica. Hello, Bobby. You're coming in at the end. But welcome to the sandbox. Not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before. I wonder, do people actually pick up, like, when I refer to the sandbox, if they're new to the sandbox, that they know I'm talking about the chat? Like, I think it becomes pretty clear pretty quickly that my chat is called the sandbox, but other people might think it's weird. Jet, you're fine. Sandy, wind down time is fun. The Wild West, I like it. Very chill vibe when I argue with people on Reddit. Grand Theft Autobot, what is this? I bet I can make you sing this song. This doesn't take much of a bet. People just put the lyrics in the sandbox. Matthew the Celt, welcome to the sandbox today. Why is the Daystar so damnation brightly offensive to my skin and eyes? Sounds like a vampire reference. Rachel Atwood, it took me a couple of goes around, but maybe, no definitely, I'm pretty thick in the head. Bobby, never going to give you up, is now stuck in my head. What is it? Rickrolled? Yeah, somebody rickrolled the sandbox. Oh, Bob Trish. Okay, I'm probably still saying your name wrong. Bobby, aka Bob Trish. Oh. You're adorable, sweetie, but I still move my legs around a little bit too much for you to stay in one position for too long. Oh. At least he's nowhere near as big as Lanier or Abernathy. So he's not as hard to hold on to as Abernathy is. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know if you can hear his purring or not. Jet, ever since your cat popped up and mine tried to boop it, he's been intently watching you. Looney Tunes 9000 says I should stop coming into the sandbox more. You should stop coming into the sandbox more? But we like you in the sandbox. Grand Theft Autobot, yeah, it's a game I used to play at work, would make past people humming a tune, and then later they'd be singing it and look at me like, damn you! Some people can't hear the purr. Well, he's purring quite loudly, but the mic might not pick it up. Oh, now we have an Abernathy in the room too. Chances are Abernathy won't try jumping on my lap because Lanier is already here, whereas if Abernathy was on my lap, Lanier would definitely still try to jump up. And then I have two kitty cats in my lap. Oh, John Davis heard the purring. Looney Tunes 9000. I meant start. I know what you meant, but, you know, Freudian slip. Hi, Abernathy. No? Okay, down you go. Down you go. Oh. Again, just because I like talking about my book. Cover 1, which is the original cover, or cover 2, the updated cover with the tangerine orange necroplasm and a more distinct white streak in her hair. Although I do love like the blues and the greens and stuff, but this seems a little bit more related to my book the way it is now. Even though all my book was inspired by this one image. Nothing else, just this one image. Yeah, I need to, like, that's the thing. I have so much work to do in the next little while. I'm going to be leaning a lot on Jet over the next little while for the editing because I want to get more work done on the video for TYT. Because here's part of the problem with it. The longer it goes on, the more that needs to be added. Because more stuff will come up and I'm like, oh, I should add that to the video. And suddenly it becomes so much more long. But I need to start getting the compilation clips together and stuff like that. Which takes a lot of time. But then also I need to add in the little changes I want to do to my book, change the cover, upload the new edition of it, and then see if I can get hard copies of it through Amazon, which I'm pretty sure I can. And then there's the other book that I've written that I haven't talked about on here because the content of the book, well, should be totally fine. Would probably put me in a lot more risky situations, danger and stuff. So I'm writing it under a pen name, which I am not revealing to people. And I sent it into a publisher not too long ago, and then I followed up with them, so they finally got back to me. And they're like, oh yeah, so our package is $6,500 and we'll publish it for you. And I'm like, I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Even though they say, we're not a vanity publisher. Oops, sorry, my cats are getting into something. Hey, out of that. Go on, scooch. Ugh. It's just the way that I understand it. Call me naive, is that if a publisher really wants to publish your book, they pay you. You don't pay them. And so I'm really want to get this book published, but if I just publish it through Amazon, kind of like what I have with Necroplasm, it's not going to get out there. It's not going to get to a lot of people. And I feel like this book is really important to get out to a lot of people. And I really wanted it to get published on a wider scale. I didn't want to use Amazon, but now I'm starting to think the only way I can get it published is through Amazon. But then the problem is that, you know, even with my platform that I have right now, and all the people who watch my videos and Twitter and all that, I've sold 7 copies of my book. That's it. It's just the other book, I won't even be able to advertise it on here because I need to keep that identity separate from who I am for as long as possible for safety reasons. So how do I go about it? Like how, if I could get a publisher, then I don't have to worry about that. But I so desperately, I need to get that book published. It needs to be published. It needs to get out there because there's really good, important information in that book too. Oh. Looney Tunes 9000 says, I like the original cover. As I was explaining earlier, if you were actually around, technically speaking, I do like the original cover better too. Because I like the blues and the greens. But the orange, the tangerine orange, is how, in my mind's eye, I originally saw the Necroplasm. And the white streak is something I saw on the original cover, but I realized not many other people see that. And so I thought to make the book, the cover, relate more to what the content of my book is to change it up just a little bit by changing it to the orange, having a little bit more color in her hair. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, so like in this image, I don't know how bright it is on there. You can see that her hair is like light brown or blonde. Whereas this, you don't necessarily see it as anything other than white. But when I first originally saw this cover, to me, I saw a white streak in her hair. And that this would be like a different color here. but it's not necessarily as evident to other people. And so I decided to add a little bit more color to the hair, plus the necroplasm, making it the tangerine orange, which I originally saw in my mind's eye. Because I switched it to lime green to match the cover in the book, but it still just feels weird to me whenever I've reread it for editing sakes to see it as lime green as opposed to tangerine orange, which is a weird thing to be hung up on. Because, like, technically speaking, I could just add a little bit more, like, darkness or color. Oops, cancel. Darkness or color here in her hair to make the white streak more pronounced and then leave it as is. You know, obviously change the name. Or I can do this and actually have it to the tangerine orange that I imagine in my brain. In my brain. Me chat. Bad lefty, but whatever you prefer, Sandy. A scout has taken any relation to Frank Tales of Vienna Blood series? No. I have no idea what that series is. I think it's the series you were referencing earlier. Need a new song stuck in your head. I want to live like common people want to do what common people do. Common people want to sleep with common people like you. Well, what else could you do? Not entirely sure what that song it is. Jed, I'm sorry if my work isn't up to snuff. No, you're doing just fine. You're doing absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Doing absolutely fine. I just might need to lean on you a little bit more over the next little while so that I can focus on the video essay and getting that together and stuff. Yeah, it's not because of anything you're doing. It's because of what I need to do. Let's see. It jumped. Where was I? B-Cat. The cooler tone cover is really beautiful too. It was a tough choice, but I like the warm cover just a bit lovelier. The Wild West, I will buy a physical copy. I just wish there were options that aren't Amazon, not your fault. Yeah, I know the feeling. Like the Derby I participated in, it was default to Amazon, but more and more authors are just publishing through Amazon, and like I don't want to sound like a snob about it, but to just put your book on Amazon, to me it doesn't feel like it was published, you know? Like I guess it seems different to me than if it was accepted by a publisher. Because I don't think of Amazon as a publishing format, even though I guess at this point it is. It's just, I'm trying to think of like what a comparable example is of like even though I have this book, Necroplasm, out there on Amazon, I still don't feel like I'm a published author. I'm somebody who wrote a book, you know? So but the thing is to have a publisher publish my book, that means I don't have to worry about the advertising, the media getting it out there, distribution, because then it would go out to actual stores as opposed to just staying in Amazon. So it would actually go out to bookstores, which I would want. And then I'd be able to keep my identity hidden for longer. So like ideally, if I could get it out through a publisher, that would be best. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know how I'd be able to advertise it at all, really, under my pen name. Like I've made a Twitter account, a Blue Sky account for this pen name, but to build them from scratch, in a completely different area of Twitter and Blue Sky that I'm not currently attached to, it's, yeah. Bad Lefty, I'm a nerd, haven't read fiction in decades now. It's been a while since I've just read a book for the sake of reading a book. Like the last book I read was Against the Web. There. But like I love reading horror. Like my mic is sitting on a book right now that I wouldn't mind reading. But it just, like especially since I've been working on videos and stuff like that, it takes so many spoons to do all of this work. And so when I'm not doing it, I need my brain to shut off more. So I just end up playing like some solitaire games on my computer and stuff like that and go for my walks and whatnot. But also I have a hard time focusing on more than one thing at a time. So if I read a book, I'd literally have to sit down and read the whole thing so that it doesn't distract me from other things that I mean to do. Whereas there was a time I was reading a couple books a month because I would read before I went to bed or something. And it didn't detract from anything. And I could spend an hour reading before I went to sleep. I just can't seem to do that much anymore. But I would love to. Because I like reading. I like reading fiction. Horror books in particular. Post-apocalyptic books. World War Z. I really love that book. Really love that. And Zombie Survival Guide. Survival Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. Really love those books. Jet double cover. One for the front, one the other for the back. I don't think a double cover would work. But I get what you're saying. A Scout is taken. Have you heard of Create Space Independent Publisher? Nope. I will have to write that down so I remember it, though, so I can look into it. Because the thing is I've come across a couple of these websites where it's like, we'll help you publish independently and stuff. And a lot of them ask for a lot of money. And I can understand it to some extent if they're going to help you publish for the sake of publishing. Like they'll give you certain packages and stuff. And to some level, I'm okay with some of that, just to get it out there, if they do the distribution properly and stuff of that sort. So I'm not against spending money to get this book published, but it would all depend on who, where, what, and like just even trying to get it into the proper template for a physical book is so much more difficult. Because I have a hard time just following instructions online with things I'm not familiar with. Like if I want to do something in Photoshop, I can figure it out by Googling it. But if I want to try doing something that's completely new, it's so difficult. Like I'm still struggling with my video editing program, learning how to do things in that because I don't know enough of it to really know how to Google it. And I had to have somebody sit down with me and go through the process of getting my book on Amazon for the purposes of this writing derby. I don't know if I know how to convert it to hard covers as well, even though I know it's an option. So I will literally need to have somebody come back over here and help me go through it because I read instructions too fast and too literally. So I hate the thing where it's like, and then you need to do blank, and I do blank, but then it's like the next thing is the caveat. Unless there's this. It's like, you could have put that first. Because I I just do them so fast and stuff. Yeah, anyway. Rachel Atwood, are you in touch with Margaret Killjoy? I don't know who that is. But I'll look into CreateSpace. Matthew the Celt, I think it matters that the vision and the muse unite and form. Mm-hmm. Let's see. See, this is when I'm getting really tired and I'm getting more selective because it's getting harder for me to respond to things. Rachel Atwood, it was great that Sam Cedar was the one to narrate it. Nobody else would suffice for Against the Web. Yeah, I actually got that on Amazon because I signed up for... I did the whole, if you sign up for Kindle for a month, you can sign up for free for a month. So I did that in order to get the audio version of the book because you get a free audio version when you do that. And so I got an audio version of the book. And so I read Against the Web, and then I also read it with Sam. His impression of Jordan Peterson through it was funny because it was like Michael Brooks' impression of Jordan Peterson. He was doing an impression of Michael Brooks' impression of Jordan Peterson. Grand Theft Autobot, World War Z was a great book. The movie was hot garbage. I would have liked the movie better if they named it anything else, like if it was just not attached to World War Z whatsoever. Because a lot of my disappointment with the movie was the fact that it was not World War Z. Like, not even close to what World War Z was. And I feel like they could have done a better adaptation of World War Z. And then also the other thing I dislike about zombie movies sometimes is when, well, a lot of time in zombie movies, they don't get into the backstory of it too much. Like, there's no indication as to where it came from. And I believe in one of the commercial trailers for World War Z, the movie, they did have that originally in the advertising for it, but then in the actual movie, it wasn't there. Because it's like, is this a biolab thing? Is this a space fungus landing on Earth? Is this an ancient fungus? Is this just something that happens every 500,000 years to the species? Like, you know, that sort of thing. I like to know a little bit more of the history. Like, it would have been a lot better, I think, if it just was not attached to that book. Let's see. I'm tempted to, like, everyone is like in all this conversation in the sandbox. I'm tempted to be like, okay, I'm done stream and just let it still go for an hour with me not on the screen so you guys can keep on chatting. Grand Theft Autobot Max Brooks said that at a convention about the movie as well, that he could enjoy it because it had nothing to do with his book, LOL. Yeah. Max Brooks being the author of World War Z. Have a good night, Rachel. Speaking of having a good night, I also have a new drawing I want to get working on, thinking of this year. Well, I have a bunch of new drawings I want to work on. I want to work on some painting. Like, it's so frustrating to have my artistic talent and so little art that I actually do with it. Like, I just want to spend so much more time drawing and just working on art and stuff. Let's see. I think I'm pooped. I am pooped. Pooped. Something. So again, Tuesday night, Boston Brian on my show. Should be a very fun conversation. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much to all the people who have helped out in all the very generous ways that you can. Sign up for all my social medias. People who have become patrons, you're awesome. People who have sent in money through the sandbox, you're awesome. People who have donated towards Frodo's vet funds through e-transfers or PayPal, you're awesome. Who've purchased something off my Amazon wish list, you're awesome. Who have been a mod, you're awesome. Who have been a editor, you're awesome. Who have been in the sandbox, you're awesome. Who have just been watching this channel, you're awesome. Anyone who loves my cat is awesome. Lanier is definitely, he's the type of cat that just loves to have his butt like right up in the air when he's like, you need to pet me now. Come here, sweetie. Come here. Come here. Mm-mm. I don't like that. Okay, so Tuesday night around 8 p.m. Come check out my live stream with Boston Brian. Should be lots of fun. Also, I'm hoping to get Ben Dixon on my show sometime soon. We have actually started the communication for it. So that will be super interesting. I would love to get him on here to, well, we can talk about TYT for one, but also more importantly to me is to talk about Christo-fascist nationalism, in how it's working together in the United States and Canada, because Jamel Javani, a Canadian MP, is besties with J.D. Vance, and they have very similar visions as to what they want to do with this. Anyway, I'm pooped. So, thank you everyone who's come out. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy. This is Lanier. Can you look at the camera? Can you look at the camera? There we go. Oh, look at that face. Look at that face. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.